I actually have a quick thing to do while I get started, but let's just make sure. Oh dear. Okay, sorry. There's a couple of things that I just noticed getting ready. We've got encoding options. That's good though. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to load up Industries of Titan, and we do always watch the opening cutscene. We always watch the opening cutscene anyway, and I remember I haven't deleted my old save yet because I haven't sent the bug report out. But that's fine. The game should load, continue launching. And then I'm going to go deal with that thing that I'd forgotten to while the opening cinematic runs. So sorry. Please enjoy the movie, and we will be back shortly.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
All right, we are back to Industries of Titan tonight. So I think I got my schedules wrong. I believe Phantom Brigade's update is next next week. So just a quick reminder: it's now the second Wednesday of every month, but there is a local game dev collective known as Dirty Rectangles, which will have their, good lord, I'm sure you all can hear the door slamming in the background. So they quote-unquote fixed a door which is beside a stairwell, which is right near my apartment. And quite literally every time someone lets that door close on its own, which is every time, it will close with like the force of being slammed. You actually have to go out of your way to not have it slam that way. So I get to listen to that all day. So apologies. I know the audio quality is not going to be very good. It has actually gotten in the way. I've been trying to record some more audio stuff, and it has actually created a really big problem as far as recording like audiobooks are concerned, because it's a completely random sound. The best chance that I would have would be to record it very, very late at night. But of course, the drawback there is that if I can hear it slamming, then if I get to an emotionally fraught part of the recording, then I'm being the jerk to my neighbors. So whereas my neighbors are just using, the facility as it is presented to them, it's not like anybody's deliberately slamming that door. So it's unlucky for me. I have no idea if they're ever going to fix it. But yeah, sorry if you're hearing that, and if you're not hearing that, sorry for bringing it up. So I was talking about dirty rectangles. So it used to be every third Wednesday, but I think the Toronto group has kind of taken the lead of the online meetup. So the second Wednesday of every month is sort of the meetup. Now, Dirty Rectangles is the December one is a bit of a special meetup. I think a couple of years I went in December and nobody was there, and I'm sure they'd announced it in the month before, but like I completely forgot. But they usually do kind of like a special sort of secret Santa amongst the organizers. So it's more of just kind of like a fun broadcast that they'll do. However, I believe there is a member of the community who is involved with a game called Valoran, which, if memory serves, is a game that is being made in Rust. So the nerds among you may know what Rust is. For those of you that don't, Rust is kind of an example of a programming language which is really beloved. Hey, Deburiosity, how you doing? I'm sorry, I've not caught. I know you're. I've been seeing you in Night Valiant streams a whole lot. He keeps mentioning your Halo Infinite playthroughs. I have yet to see one of your Halo Infinite playthroughs, so I apologize. Just off work. Excellent. Have I ever asked you what you do? But yeah. The reason why I mentioned this, so Rust is kind of an example of a much beloved language. I think people would kind of call it like does it count as a systems language? Anyways, it's kind of its intention is to sort of be the sort of thing like you might see with like C#, C++. It seems to have good support for God, I can never. Parallelism and concurrency are two different ideas, and I don't remember what they sell it as. But in any case, the reason. Hey, Dicker, how you doing? Not too bad. Work's a drag, but I'm doing my best with what I've been given. I should probably get to the point on the dirty rectangles thing, though. Is like, so the reason why I'm bringing it up is that while it hasn't like exactly torn up the charts as far as like use is concerned, it does have some really dedicated and really passionate users of it. And one group that you would include under this is Embark Studios, which you might have heard of now, but this is a studio that was founded back when Patrick Soderlund left EA as sort of the chief design officer. That was the company that he founded. And apparently at the Game Awards, they gave their first trailer for the game that they're working on. Apparently they're already working on their second game. But before that announcement, they'd actually been teasing a lot of stuff that they had been doing in terms of generating levels and how they were getting sort of photogrammetry done. And essentially they've been taking a lot of these tools, making them open source, and they've been working inside of Rust. And I think kind of the one thing that seems to be kind of consistent amongst it is to try and move away from this idea of having like a team of 1,000 people producing every last little object, and instead try to do things in use the technology to sort of do things in an intelligent way that still produces very high quality, but maybe doesn't quite have the same sort of just crush of humanity to just kind of throw at a problem. So with that in mind, obviously a project like Valoran is much smaller than what Embark Studios is going to be doing. But in that context, seeing as there's already been one very big sort of Rust-driven project that got kind of a high-profile featuring, I think it'll be really interesting. In addition to the fact that Dirty Rectangles is quite fun to watch on its own, I'd actually really like to see some more details about how that Valoran project is going. So that's who I'm going to be hosting at the end of the day. Or at the end of the stream, and you'll notice that I am streaming a bit earlier than I normally do, and that's just simply because I just got off work myself. I know that if I'm going to be going to Dirty Rectangles, which usually starts around 8, but they don't always start quite on time, so I might have a little bit of extra time here. But I didn't want Industries to Titan to kind of get the short end of the stick, because that's traditionally what's happened with it as far as this meetup is concerned. So that's where we are. Earlier stream, shorter stream, but I'd really like to do more Titan. And given the fact that Phantom Brigade is probably going to be getting an update next week, it seemed like a good opportunity to do that. And of course, with that in mind, I am kind of extending the opening, but I will just say that Brace Yourself Games did very kindly give me a copy of this game for promotional purposes. It's definitely been over a year, and I've been enjoying it very much. So even if they told me, "Hey, pay up, you're not big enough," I would gladly buy this game. Well, I've actually already bought a Steam copy of this game. They did offer me a Steam copy, but I got really annoyed by someone's unfair review, so I went and bought a copy for myself. But anyways, I'm a very, very big fan of the developer, but as always, it's good to disclose when you've been given something for promotional purposes, and there doesn't seem to be a commonly accepted limit on when you move away those disclosures. So as those of you who saw me play Cyberpunk know, did the same thing with them. So did mention that I got a key, because I certainly wasn't going to pay for that game. Anyway, Titan's ruling council has never passed a single environmental protection law. Corporations say, with no environment to speak of, why should it? They make a good
Founder. Every city corp reaches the limits of their territory and vision eventually. To cut through the smog and see further, we need a command center. The command center will extend our vision range and expand the territory we can claim from the council. Once we build it, though, we better make sure it stays standing. If we lose our command center, faraway buildings will no longer be under our control. Build a command center now. Let's claim some more land.
All right. So, command center wise, I need to figure out whether or not I want to punt it down where these ruins are going to be taken out, or this mineral patch. My biggest priority right now is to get some isotopes. Essentially, the only isotopes that I can get without giving up precious red artifacts would be this Obsidian Ruins, which has a very high influence cost. This Obsidian Ruins. This one I think I'm going to take for the resources, because as nice as 4 artifacts are, level 2 and 3, well, we'll see on these, actually. I might actually take it for 4 is kind of tempting. 80 for 4, not so tempting, but definitely this one, I'd take it for the resources. I'd have to give up the pollution absorption and the sensor for this one. Given the fact that this will probably be something for civilian buildings, I'm less inclined to do that. But yeah, so we've got at least 2. We've got 2 Obsidian Ruins, which will be scrapped for isotopes. But that's really it. Everything else, I'm going to wind up giving up resources that I don't want to give up by exploiting them. So we'll prioritize building the isotope mining. Now, it's worth noting that I can't actually build the mine yet because I don't have any credits, but we do have a pretty good work from home setup. So we could probably do with a few more citizens, but we'll need influence for that. Now, with the new update, we do now have corporate goals, and we have unlocked the second set through the passage of time. So we need to own 22 defensive turrets, destroy 3 rebel HQs, own 22 command centers, possess 12 ships, or have 150 influence. Specifically, we need to have 3 of those. So destroying rebel HQs seems to be a decent idea here, just simply because that's something that I'm going to succeed at no matter what. Fleet Commander is rather tempting, but the defensive turrets and command centers implies a level of growth that I may not necessarily be able to sustain for myself. Economic expertise, we just unlocked this. I haven't reviewed these. So we've got 120 upgraded buildings, 50,000 credits, clear 48 resource patches, retain 450 employed citizens. Wow. I've definitely gotten victory before I've reached the level of scale that this game seems to want me to, and possess 110 artifacts. So resource harvester is definitely one that I think I'll move towards. And then I guess we'll just see if naturally sort of highly graded high roller maybe happen on their own. And then there's political powerhouse. I'm going to assume that that's very much oriented towards influence and building monuments and such. But I'm certainly not interested in spending money to unlock that early. We've got maybe like once I achieve these goals, but certainly at this point I think we should be focusing more on building up my enterprise. Okay, let's see if that minus 22 or 27 is a real number. No, it is not. Okay. And we can build a... Okay. I can let time pass because we've got a bunch of activities going on and there's not a whole lot that I can do. But yeah, so let's think about how I want to build this thing. Actually, give me a sec. I'm going to get my notepad. Sorry to vamoose from the stream again, but I figure taking a second to... I tend to find that it's a little easier for me if I just jot down some notes while I'm working on... holy smokes. I write a lot. Yeah, I just find it a little easier to sketch out a few notes here. So I think my preference has tended to be for 2 medium lasers on my light ships. I should probably sit down and think about it. So actually, I kind of like, I don't know if they recently added this, but the damage per second is kind of nice. One thing that you can kind of look at, so in this case, the increase from small to... So the increase from small to medium is 0.11 for 1 energy cost. And medium to large is actually 0.07 for the 1 energy. So technically the rate kind of drops off with the larger lasers, but you better believe I like pounding the ground with these things. So yeah, maybe we'll stick with the medium lasers. So with 2 medium lasers... that's 4 energy. Then at a minimum, I would like a single life support. That's going to support 3 crew members. I think that is also justifiable. I have in the past really liked cramming ships full of crew members, but I don't think that's appropriate for these light ones. So 1 life support. So that's 1 energy. Let me just double check that I got that right. Yep. And then I do tend to like a med bay. Now I'll say that's a soft 1 energy because we tend to turn that thing off for the most part. Okay, so that's really it as far as energy requirements are concerned. So in practice, I need 6 energy. And actually, I think that just means that I stick a medium generator inside and we turn off the med bay while we charge up. So the rest of this is really a question in terms of where I sort of stick the engines and the, the shields and such. Now, engines for this one are kind of like it's kind of a no-brainer to stick them in here. The only thing I've noticed is that when they're damaged, I think this actually makes them hard to repair if I cram like everything inside there. So I'll think about it. The other thing I want to think about is lasers. So if I stick them here, these are 10. So yeah, it does make sense to... Oh, that does work. Interesting. Okay. So that actually lets me do something I wasn't planning on. So I think I can get away with sticking a battery on these. Now, generally, it's desirable to have a large relay. Ah, that's the catch. So I can only cover the energy needs for one of those batteries. That's fine. So we just cancel this one out, and in its place we can put a couple fuel tanks like that. So it still gives me access to the parts that are that are important. Now we still need to worry about fuel and power and such. So if I can come up with a clever way, it'd actually be kind of nice if I can stick the generator here, because then I only need the one relay and I can just stick the batteries all over the place. Now, obviously, I need to protect that generator, but let's see if we can get away with it. So if we put a medium generator here, and then the other things that need power would be the medical pod, which can't get away sticking it here, but I can put it here. And then a life support system. I mean, obviously, this is exactly the spot where if it was PvP, somebody would want to be shooting at us. But we are up against the AI, so yeah. So I mean, like, obviously, all my really important systems are crammed in this one area over here. But so 3 crew pods over there. I think we can get away with a small fuel fabricator in this part of the ship. So really, the rest of this is just a question of, what I can cram in all the different spots. So I do want to try and get some batteries down. I can't stick one there. But I can get away with one of these. We're out of tier 3s, but it would probably not be a bad idea for me to try and get another large fuel tank. So we'll put a small one here. So the large one would go here. Yeah, I can actually put a large one and a large one. Now again, that's something explosive beside the... Well, here's the thing though, I don't need that much fuel. So I'd either have to put down a different relay, or I think we'll just let the open space sit there. I mean, like, I could put an engine down or something like that, but it's not actually that important. So yeah, let's just let time pass. I'll confess, I'm a little intrigued by the fact that I've decided to build a second fuel turbine here. I guess it was the realization that this may not be covering me for enough Z-thing. Oh, I think I know why. Because if I upgrade this fuel turbine, +7's not going to get me enough. Hey, brace yourself. Yeah. Well, so the funny thing is that I try to start at 7 and I often fail. But the deal is that dirty rectangles, which of course this is the thing that the weird one point. So given the fact I've worked in film, you'd think that an Ottawa local indie dev collective would not be the thing that I have the most connection with with Marlon with. But turns out that's the that's the hook. But yeah, so they are doing their Christmas virtual meetup at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So basically, I do try to attend that, but I've also, I think once upon a time, Andy had mentioned that I had like my monthly Industries of Titan stream, and then I was like, I do this more than monthly, don't I? And then I was realizing the number of times that I had to. So like just the way that the release works out is that Dirty Rectangles is normally the second Wednesday of every month. So it means that basically there is an Industries of Titan patch, then there's Dirty Rectangles, and then Phantom Brigade gets an update. And so in practice, if I missed it, like the Wednesday stream for Dirty Rectangles, it did actually mean that a couple of times it was just a once a month thing for Industries of Titan. And I definitely like Titan a lot more than a once a month game. So what I've decided to try and do is as soon as I can finish work, I load up the stream, and it's still not ideal. It's a 2-hour stream, but I do my best to try and cover a little bit more of Titan. So it isn't like a once a month game where like we get started on a mission and then we do Phantom Brigade for a couple of streams and then I scramble to like try and finish the run, especially for this one, because obviously so much of the content is late game related. So if I only did the opening moments for 1 or 2 streams, I'd really miss out on a lot of the cool stuff that you did for this one. So that's my. I guess technically it's an excuse, but yeah, that's my excuse / reason for being early. It's because I'm gonna cut out an hour of the stream when the time is right. But I hope you're doing well. I don't know when you all go on holidays, but I hope you enjoy a restful and rewarding holiday period. The people I forgot to mention, the people that I was staying at in Vancouver. So they like all my family moved out to Ontario way before I did anything. So for many years, they were actually kind of my Christmas home. Like they would always invite me for Christmas and all of that. And that was actually, that trip was the first time I'd seen them since I moved out to Ontario. It was about 5 years. So definitely lots of good reasons to visit Vancouver. But of course, it's making me think now. It's like, oh man, like I don't get to spend Christmas with these awesome friends now. But you brought me close enough. Official holidays are from the 24th to the 3rd, but people have been taking time off. That's cool. I've been trying to work on something for a holiday release, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it done on time. And Index Gnome, I apologize for not saying hello. I was mid monologue when you said hi. I hope you're doing well as well. So we're just going to wait on getting back some tier 3 minerals while this runs by. Let's see if we can fill our cubicles, maybe in 10 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Index Gnome. I know it will be a small consolation, but if you would like, I will happily name a building after you. No! Sorry. Let me just take a second here. I think I might have got the time. I think I might have got the date wrong on the Dirty Rectangles thing. Well, that's fine. We'll just have extra time to stream together. Yeah, Dirty Rectangles just messaged me and said, saw your tweet. We don't have anything going on. uh so I had thought, sorry, I'm just gonna make sure that I update. Oh no, yeah, that was totally the 8th at that was totally the 8th at 8 o'clock. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna take a quick second here and update my update the tweet. Okay. Okay, that's dealt with. I'm sorry to hear that, Index Gnome. I hope your wife is all right. Oh, it was you. Sorry. I'm not. I don't drive a whole lot, so yeah. Either way, I hope. I totally get it. For not feeling great about that. I've actually been in an accident. So I have a lot of sympathy. But I hope everyone concerned is doing as well as the circumstances will permit. And obviously, I'm very sorry that that happened. Do we have? Okay, we still have two. Still have level 1 isotopes to mess around with. Okay, so we'll keep burning trash. I'm still waiting on tier 3 minerals. Actually, given where we are with tier 3 isotopes... Yeah, I think we'll... Oh yeah, no, hang on. If I'm not upgrading to tier... Yeah. We're gonna stay put. Bless your heart, Dacre. 7,013th of their name. You know, the funny thing is that way back when I lived in Vancouver, I would have had hours which were quite a bit better. In fact, I'm amazed at the number of people who've stayed from ye old days, because obviously I went and did a silly thing and changed the hours on everyone. So I definitely kind of operate on West Coast hours still, despite the amount of time. But yeah, I just it's nice. I don't like, so I would love to start around 6 o'clock for all of my streams, and the drawback is that I know, particularly when I was like walking to work, I just wouldn't be able to sustain that, even with the 7 o'clock time, right? Like the start time tends to drift towards 7:30, just, you know, to be able to cook dinner and things like that. But when I get a chance, particularly with like one-offs like this, it's nice to have the opportunity. So I'm actually really glad that I made the mistake, because it just means that, you know, it just means that I get to spend some extra time with all of you. And yeah, actually, you know, Index Gnome, so the drawback with me is that I've never really been into cars too much. I don't know. Like I think just either I'm wired differently or I never quite got bit. But a really good friend of mine, again, somebody who I got to visit on the trip, like they kind of treat computer like my sort of vice is that I will usually tend to overspend on computer stuff. And that will be whether or not, I buy an extra Raspberry Pi so I can make like a little cluster and just practice some data stuff with it. Or, kind of overbuilding, a streaming or a gaming PC. And so like I've always kind of, for cars, I've always sort of lived vicariously through him in terms of that. Because he's the opposite. Like his computer is ancient. Like I kind of took it for granted. Like I'd had a recommendation of a game for his son, and the thing is that it works perfectly for what he needs. But like my assumption with a computer is always going to be this, fairly high-end machine that can do just about anything. And I realize that normal people don't have computers like that. But again, like when it comes to his car, he's got a really nice car, which, it's definitely the sort of thing where I'd be like, oh, why would anybody waste their money on that? That's not what I actually think. But like, it's totally like I've been able to kind of get it through friends like him. I also had a boss who definitely put like pretty much 80% of what he'd make each week into his car, it felt like. But either way, I am really sorry about it. I know whatever the circumstances, that's a tough thing. So I'd kind of prefer it if I had more batteries, but I'm not gonna go crazy. We've got 3 of them already, so. Sorry, just seeing dirty rectangles with a sense of humor. With that in mind, I mean, it is a good chance. I got a couple things I can shout out, actually. So, for those of you who do want to see what the Ottawa people are up to, usually it's the second Wednesday of every month. But also, Brace Yourself Games has their own channel, and I believe they did an early Phantom Brigade stream for the impending release. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Index Gnome. I mean, like, I held off on a fairly sizable upgrade, which was definitely going to be very oriented towards some audio recording stuff, just because of the job stuff. I mean, as it turns out, that's not the worst, because it definitely, after the different statements. There was a joint statement by our Department of Finance and the Bank of Canada with regards to sort of planning for inflation. And like the thing is that the worst thing that you could possibly do in this inflationary environment is just jack up interest rates, because jacking up interest rates is not going to help stuff work its way through ports. But the fact of the matter is that the interest rate hikes are coming, and like now is the time for me to slay the last bit of that debt. Yeah, it would be really nice to have the computer upgrade. Yes, there's tons of really cool stuff broadcast wise that I could do with it, but the time really right now is the time for me to just get rid of that, and then and I mean, of course, because it's technology, right? With the progress of technology, there'll just be a better model for me to buy, when it's ready. And, if it means that I just do stuff a little bit slower, or if it just means that I'll put some stuff on hold, I think that's the right call. So, Hey, Saki Oily, thank you very much for the subscription. Well, in fairness, Index Gnome, you've had something of a you've had something of a shock, so I don't think we're gonna grade you on your English. Tiberiosity says debt paying is more important than upgrades, and when a better model is available, current gen will be way. Yeah. I definitely don't. I tend not to go for the cheaper previous gen. Actually, so this is one thing. One of the things that I used to do for Econ was actually do it's a specific measure of not okay. So like most people are familiar with the consumer price index. But there is another type of index which deals with the supply side. And one of the things that I needed to do was basically track the sorts of things that would go into the supply side, but for computer parts. And I would do quite a bit of work along those lines. So I definitely actually know quite a bit about the behavior of prices for peripherals. We also tried to do something with software, but it wasn't. I wasn't convinced by it. Let's say. Yeah. But I've even with that knowledge, like I've definitely tended to go towards just getting whatever is sort of fit for purpose of the current generation. But one of the things for me too is like the way that I normally handle this is that I just set aside a certain amount of money, each month towards those kinds of expenses. And one of the things here is that like that implies, and it's true, that I could actually be putting quite a bit more towards my debts right now. But the thing is that interest rates are probably the lowest that they're going to be in my lifetime. And so in this case here, there is something kind of nice about being to see this like amount that's set aside. But again, like getting that debt paid off would be good, because all of a sudden, all those things like staying in the job that I currently am, which clearly I think does not value me very much, or at least doesn't value me as much as I think it should. Well, all of a sudden, that gives me a little bit more flexibility to say, you know what? Yes, I am willing to work at something that will maybe pay me a bit less, but I get more satisfaction from, or any number of the other different things that one might want to do in those situations. So I have a plan. Whether or not it's a good one, I suppose, remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, I do actually have some cash I could possibly put towards that upgrade. And then again, like normally just it's like whatever the current model is. Or, if there's a really good deal that comes up, having that money set aside is a nice opportunity to do it. But again, just because if I could predict interest rates, I would definitely be in a very different line of work. I would, instead it's kind of nice to have that set aside so that if I suddenly see a jump in my borrowing costs, I can just kill that and move it on. Question is, should you try to get your hands on a new one? The lady might kill you if you do, so not sure if it's worth the risk. That's got to be a hard one, especially if it's like, so the nice thing for me, obviously, is, I'm sorry, this is totally not related to Titan. I guess the thing that's funny about me is that like I've never really needed to think about that, because like obviously I'm accountable to myself, so clearly I am not really like the worst thing for me to be like a bit spendthrift on is definitely books, particularly if there's a discount on like really good textbooks. I will generally spend a bit more than I necessarily want to in my monthly budget. But I've never really had to deal with that problem where like a family member has standing and some opinions about my purchases. Good luck on that. And Sagi Oily, hello. You've been watching my channel on and off for a while. Now that your bachelor's thesis is soon finished, you feel like you have enough free time to watch more regularly. This also means you feel justified in subbing. Well, first of all, congratulations on your bachelor's thesis. Do you mind if I ask what your major is? I'm really glad that you chose to reward yourself through the channel. I do not feel like God's gift is streaming, and so I sometimes, that I don't want to call it imposter syndrome, but that feeling is always like, oh man, you should get yourself a better gift. But I'm really, really happy that you, well, obviously, that you chose to share that with me. Not just the news, but the fact that you decided to make this channel your celebration. So obviously, this is my first chance to say a thank you for your past viewership. But it actually feels really good to know that that was your treat to yourself, because I'm not that far out from finishing off some major schoolwork, and kind of knowing how special those little rewards are. So again, really well done, and congratulations. Buy a few books and use those to cover up the new car. All right. This is going to be more of a scouting mission, but we should probably... Oh, I wonder if I can set that as a blueprint, actually. If you kids don't behave, I'm going to turn this ship around. No, I got to put that back in the dock. This is the Umber Mimas, or possibly Mimas. So we've got something a little bit more potent for the next round with the rebels. We're not doing a very good job at cleaning up the garbage. That might be an employee thing. Majoring in political science. That's really cool. Isn't greatest choice in terms of career prospects, but you're not aiming for a high maintenance career either. So, I don't know, I know the ideal of university is sometimes quite different from what our actual experience of it is, but I definitely feel like if it's just vocational training, we probably need a better system than school. So my big thing for econ was actually political economy, and one of my big tricks was to take a look at the poli-sci literature, find a paper that I thought had a really interesting idea, but maybe the empirics weren't quite where I thought they needed to be to deal with the subject that they were treating well enough. And sort of I'd go and see if there was something that I could do. And I mean, a lot of times it would be they did their best with the data that they had, and that, the thing that I wanted to do wasn't viable, or it didn't do anything interesting. But I don't know the political science literature well, but I do think it's actually really interesting, and I wish that I had done more poli-sci in school. And I do think to a certain extent, the real advantage is to be able to, sorry, just one second here. Part of this in studying any given subject is to really sit down and get the tools for thinking. And that could be through physics, that could be through sociology, that could be through a lot of different fields. And the idea instead is just sitting down and basically being able to come up with a reasonably good answer to the question, how do I know you didn't just make that all up? I mean, everybody's experience of school is going to be a bit different. Clearly there is the ideal, and then there's the, then there's what people actually walk away from. Even at the graduate level, there's a bunch of classmates who I kind of wonder how much econ they really knew by the end of the by the end of the experience. But I mean, I think I knew a fair amount, and it didn't necessarily lead me to be like a high flyer as far as careers go. But yeah, I don't know. Like the other thing too is like I was an RA in classical studies, right? So I still keep in touch with the prof from that. So, obviously if I'm going to help out on, the study of ancient Greek and Roman work in particular, and it was specifically ancient Greek philosophy. So like that is not exactly the sort of thing that you associate with, working at a FANG company or something like that. So, yeah, I definitely think that the value of the education is beyond just the fact that it's like, aha, I learned the cheat codes for this future job that I want, and therefore I don't need to learn another thing again. So, do you have an idea about what you want to do when you're done school? A lot of school degrees to be useless. No single one of your programs working in your company have any type of degree in computer science. They're all math nerds. Yeah, man, I don't think I have the talent to pull it off, but if I could, I would love to see what pursuing a math degree would be like. Because that is definitely a style of thinking that I wish I was a little bit better at. We are gonna get crushed. Oh yeah, the life support's offline, so we might be able to sneak him into the range of the defense turret. Last girl that started never coded in her life before you hired her. Ah, darn it. Man, they really kill those employees quick. I do need more citizens. I was rather hoping we wouldn't lose people so quickly. So yeah, clustering all those really important systems together definitely didn't do me any favors there. Oh dear Lord, please repair. Are they gonna die? There we go. We'll wait till that thing's repaired before. I don't know. I mean, so Index, no, clearly you're going to know more. You're going to know more about your business than I am, but so like, I didn't do a major in comp sci. I did wind up TAing a few comp sci courses, and I just think like I think Edwin Dykstra was the one to say this, but it's the idea that like computers are to computer science as telescopes are to astronomy. Like, I don't know how much of what you do really requires people to know like big O notation, or to be able to, like if you're trying to, develop a better algorithm. Like, I'm going to assume that you're not trying to calculate an even faster way to render certain 3D models, which clearly is very important if you work for somebody like DICE. And so, to a certain extent, not necessarily everything that's going to be coming out of that computer science department is going to be relevant to the sorts of things that you need from people. But on the other hand, somebody who is capable... Now, I mean, as you say, they didn't necessarily know any coding stuff. But obviously somebody who is willing to put themselves through a bunch of, online lessons or tutorials or whatever to learn a particular skill, or if they've otherwise demonstrated that they are capable of, taking on a difficult project and sort of thinking their way through it. These are obviously things that become really, really helpful day in and day out. So I think in general, sometimes some employers just want you to jump through certain hoops, and that's, that's all that they optimize for. Or it's just they don't have a better... the way we do job searches sucks. There's no really good way to do it. Olaf, thank you very much for the host. But obviously, a certain piece of paper from an accredited institution, to say, okay, this person seems to know this thing. Maybe that's the best they can do. I don't know. But no, I don't actually think it's that weird to do, something that's as IT heavy as what you do, and oh, actually, we should turn off those turrets again, just because we're still loading up the battery. But yeah, no, I don't actually think you're all that odd of an employer. I think what you're probably doing is taking advantage of an inefficiency in the labor market and probably getting some really good candidates who have otherwise been overlooked because the people responsible for hiring were probably asleep at the switch. Thank you again for the subscription, Olaf. I believe it is 1.5 years. I cannot believe that, but I hope you're doing really well. I actually talked with Ariella not too long ago. She said nice things about Borderlands, but I suppose you already know that she likes Borderlands. And Tagiweli says, honestly, you're currently not aiming for anything higher than something like a secretary in a municipal administration. You mostly just entered uni due to coming from an environment and family where education is highly valued and at some level expected. Plus, university is very forgiving in terms of personal economy in Sweden. You would like to someday work in an archive, I think. Although you should have started archival science for that. That's really cool. Yeah, sorry, there's the correction for archive. I'm sorry, I should have read that the other way around. But no, that's really neat. I mean, obviously, I'd certainly encourage people to have ambition and to strive for what they want. I mean, not that my opinion on this stuff matters, but that's cool. I mean, I started off with film school actually, and worked in film before I went to university. So even in my case, the experience was rather unique. I'm debating about getting the credits, but I feel like there's better stuff I can do with my influence. The big thing is I'd really like to see what the range on that mine is. And I need to build it before I can see it. But yeah, to a certain extent, I think it would have been better for me to have gone to... It's tough, right? Because I also think if I'd gone to a university straight out of high school, I probably would have been a bit of a punk and wouldn't have gotten the benefit that I ultimately did from school. But the thing that's nice about it is that definitely having the degree gives you options. That doesn't mean that it's the most important thing that anybody can do and that everybody should run off and go do it. But I do think that... I think sometimes in trying to particularly in the States, there's that, as you kind of, I think we're leading to in terms of what you said, clearly in the States there's a big problem where the debt in trying to get an education can be really crushing and limit your options later on, a little bit like I was finding in terms of the certain types of jobs that I'd be willing to take, just in terms of keeping in mind about how I want to be financially responsible. And again, I think one of the things that's nice about the university degree is that it does give you a few options, even if you want to do a change. It doesn't mean that you don't need to change, or that you don't have other things that you can work on. Like, obviously, if you want to be a programmer and you don't know anything about coding, you're gonna have to take the time to do that learning. But you've established sort of a foundation of thinking about problems in a certain way. And I don't know, I feel like it sets you up both in terms of job prospects, but also just ways of thinking. But I mean, I'm also very academic by nature, so I tend to think in those terms, and I realize that not necessarily everybody benefits from that. Two main things you do is UX development and research and data analytics. You think it's easy to find a coder, but harder to find a coder with a specialization outside of a main field, and that extra knowledge is extremely valuable in a team that needs to solve problems. This is actually one thing that I've always found kind of funny, is that when I do a data thing, particularly for games, the reaction is almost universally positive, and I do things that I actually think are very simple within my skill set. But they're not always something that's directly, it's not necessarily something that's known or common practice. And so the level of appreciation, like even just little things too, right? Like sometimes, like at work, it's not uncommon for me to hear the absolutely inane words, oh, did you do this in R? And it's like, who cares what I did this in? Like, this is... This is far more interesting than, your pet programming language. Like this, let's talk about the results. And the, I'm trying to think about the best way to lay this out. You know what? It's going to suck no matter what. So I will put the command center down here. But like in other contexts, wait, really? I guess that is level 3. In other contexts, it's just, here's this thing that I did. Oh, that's a really cool thing you did. How did you do said cool thing? And it's a discussion about either methods, or it's a discussion about sort of what the results mean. Or there's a number of different things that might come up in this kinds of conversations. So, yeah, I don't know. There was a point I was gonna move on to, but I think probably I should just talk about Titan, because I know I have a tendency to monologue, and I think I did that a lot last broadcast. So I'm trying to decide if I want to try and get revenge on that single ship again, because we really did not do well in that fight. Of course, the other problem is I gotta find him again. Oh, is that the one? Yeah, it's got a dent on it. Okay, that's a good start. I know I can sort of adjust the priorities on repairs, but that's generally for me how we wind up with people going to pieces on things like the life support. So we're gonna try and We'll do our best with what we're given. Although, again, the drawback here is that it just seems to be we're spending too much time repairing our weaponry. Not nearly enough taking out the bad guys.
Founder, the Council is granting you communication access to your advisors. You can now contact your advisors for direction when needed. You will find their contact information in the top left corner of your screen. I highly recommend you lean on them when necessary. They are all experts in their fields, after all.
Good lord. I think we should probably pull back. Oh, the shipyard's taken up now, so... Oh, no! We lost another one. Alright, yeah, so I really need to... I need to smarten up with my ships. Oh, good lord. Okay, so this is about... Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah, so... Surely life support should be a top priority then. Wait, what? What on earth are they doing? All right, well. I'm not sure how you doing, Red Hulk. Back in World War II, the first modern special forces was founded, the SAS. They specifically recruited people with a different skill set and backgrounds. If you have a group that should solve a problem, it is useless if you have all the 10 identical people. So yeah, actually, I don't know if you played Battlefield 5, but they definitely did some interesting stuff with sort of the... I mean, I think kind of the whole premise behind that... that entry was sort of the idea of World War II as you've never seen it. And I think in that case they did the special boat service in an episode called Under No Flag. But I did... One of the things that I talked about on the stream was the Special Operations Executive, which sort of had a very similar structure. In this case, like if you want people to break into buildings and incite revolutions, you're not necessarily going to find those people on the normal, through the normal recruitment methods. They went and they hired criminals and, I mean, everything. Anarchists, communists. Homosexuality would have been illegal then, but, homosexuals. And, it's exactly the sort of stuff that you would associate with probably the most, outrageous James Bond kind of stories. And I don't know if Ian Fleming was a member of the SOE, but he definitely, I believe he spent time at, I shouldn't say definitely, but I believe he spent time at Camp X, which is a Canadian Canadian sort of training center for some of that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, as you say, right? Like if you want to, there's definitely a way of optimizing for people who are like you or people who won't challenge you. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best hires. But again, it does also require, it requires something from the top, right? Because I'm sure it's very comforting for people who are responsible for hiring to just pick either someone who will tell them what they want to hear, or who won't necessarily challenge them, despite the fact that certainly in my own experience, I've always felt the most growth when I'm working with somebody who is smarter than me, or somebody who is really, really sharp in terms of that particular field or that particular work. If we all reacted the same way, we'd be predictable. There's always more than one way to view a situation. What's true for the group is also true for the individual. It's simple. Overspecialize and you breed in weakness. It's slow death. You sound like a character out of Ghost in the Shell. But no, I mean it's presumably why you have teams. I mean, obviously, well, it's tricky because if any of you've seen Brace Yourselves' website, you know that they have their free Fridays. I'm filling up my spaces and I'm not quite sure what I want to do about it yet. Well, probably we just need to keep stacking everything up in boxes until I have a better plan. So let's stick another storage container down there. But yeah, no, I mean, obviously, like a game that's as fun as Industries of Titan. So first of all, just it feels like games are essentially every single thing that you hated in a comp sci course, done all together, right? You have to do. It's not just say I have to do graphics. You have to do graphics that render in real time. You need to deal with people's expectations about how something's going to behave versus... This is why this pylon's taking so long, by the way. It's, there's nowhere to put the minerals, so... I think I'm also going to put down another batch of waste storage. I would have thought that with the smokestack we would have had that under control now, but clearly we don't. But yeah, I mean, I think you get the point, right? But on top of that too, like, I think there's something to be said that because they're also creative works, just the simple idea of having and appreciating different life experiences, and to hear the input from people who have different perspectives on things. Obviously you wind up with a much more interesting game and a much more interesting, a much more interesting result. When you have the different perspectives. Oop. A coworker brought their baby into the office, so you had to jet. What did you miss? A very slow progress. My ship sucks. This thing is a death trap, and not in like the cool Titan death trap way. So I should probably revise this design before we commit, or before we deal with the next batch of rebels. So I guess normally I do it like this, and I think in this situation, this is the right call. I'm trying to think if there's a way I can pull this off without sort of entombing... Well, I guess I gotta pick one side for it, but that's not the end of the world. So we'll do one of these. I'll stick a couple engines on it. Clearly I can't put the batteries down there. You always put fuel beside the things that spark. Okay, so they can access all this. Actually, one thing that works a little bit better potentially is if I do diagonals. Because like if you think about the way that they... I mean, so it doesn't matter at all for like these little things. But if you think of it right, if I stack my fuel tanks like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, you hit 4 things that I don't want destroyed. Here, you know, it's not all that much better. You know, 2 on the engine, 1 on the fuel tank. But at least in this case, I'm not necessarily doing the enemy's job for them. Obviously, this is still a prime target. And I'm not going to move the fuel tank over to the left like this because I want people to be able to repair. Oh yes, actually, before I stick down those batteries, let us also acknowledge that I want a medical pod.
Device complete. Device complete.
My ship designs are definitely not my strong suit. Okay, so the remaining sections are just cramming fuel where I can. There's a side of me that wants to put one... it kind of works. So we'll see if we can build that thing before... before the rebels show up. Okay. Next up, I think what I'm going to do here, I'm trying to decide if it's better for me to clear out these ruins for their artifacts, or if I should... You know what, I should probably save up the influence and get the obsidian ruins down. I'd also, if I can, really like to not pay my employees so I can buy a bunch of trucks, although I don't think trucks are the reason why I'm struggling with my waste. Oh, this is neat. I don't think I've seen this before. This must have been added in a recent patch. Or like a hotfix, I mean. That or I just don't pay attention. But yeah, there's obviously so much cleanup. And it makes sense that everything's going into construction, but I don't think... The thing is, too, like, I don't want to mess around with this ordering, because construction is actually very important and something I want done as soon as possible. Processing is something that I don't want to have neglected. And where normally I would be okay on lowering move resources right now, that's what's keeping me from getting this pylon up, which will keep me from getting the command center online, which keeps me from putting down the mining operation. So. Does anybody want to guess what I forgot? Oh, Jesus, I forgot two really important things. Okay, well, this is obviously getting dismantled. How on earth am I going to fit this all in? I was really out to lunch when I did this. Okay, so we can spike this battery, I think. Okay, so first of all, we need a fuel fabricator. So this is fine because we've got space. Yeah. Crew, life support and crew. Yeah. It doesn't really matter which side I put it on. Now ideally, so this is the problem, like I can completely gut this and put life support down elsewhere. But yeah, so like the worry here, right, is that life support and the relay are two really appealing targets. And that was kind of what sank us the last time. So the question is like, do I just ignore this massive vulnerability? Because like, if I stick the life support beside either of these, that's not necessarily any better. Oh, here's a possibility. Yeah, I think I'm just going to dismantle all the batteries and such. I just need to think a little straighter on this before I go off the deep end. Also, okay, this is completely unworkable because the relay also doesn't touch the medium laser. So, okay, so I am actually going to wind up. I'm just going to wind up. Let's just call this a failed experiment, and we'll see. We'll see if we can work with this setup for like starters and. So I definitely want to keep the two medium lasers like this. Let's start by finding a better place for that medium relay. So, yeah, I don't know what made me think that that would work. This does, though. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not really sure we have a better place for this generator. Actually, I guess we do because, yeah, I've got all this space now. So what does this give me that the old one didn't? I guess this still kind of hits the same important spot. Man, I really love lining these things up, don't I? Okay, so let's try... something like that. So the crew sections aren't as big of a deal. I can actually just stick something like that down. So then there's the question of the medical pod. And again, this is going to be a uniquely ugly design. How you doing, Night Valian? By the way, I should do... Tiberiosity was here earlier and broadcast. I don't think you broadcast Red Hulk. Apologies if I'm forgetting anyone. Night Valian has been doing some wonderful games lately. He's been playing subset games, not FTL, Into the Breach, which is a game I'm very, very fond of. And he's doing it rather well. I saw him get his first victory last night. No. What do you think of it, Red Hulk? Actually, I know someone who's a maniac for... Oh! Curses! So I blocked off the whole... Blocked off the whole ship doing that. But yeah, anyways, I guess somebody's a maniac for FTL, but they're a little lukewarm on Into the Breach, which I was surprised by. Obviously, everybody kind of has their own taste, so that's not... Is that too crowded? No, that'll work. But yeah, I kind of just assumed that like everyone loved Into the Breach and that there was no debate on it. But okay. I mean, the name of the game isn't necessarily just to cram as many batteries as I can into a structure, so this will do, I suppose. Kind of feel like there's wasted space here, but... If I move this over one to the right... I guess it gives me like another way that people can move around this side, but I don't know if that really is what sinks us. Yeah, let's live with it. So we got 5% before the bad guys show up. Because we've used up all the tier 1 isotopes and we're not really going to generate any new ones for the time being, we can now turn off a production line in Factory 1. That's going to save us on the energy, which isn't so important. But it will free up an employee, which is quite important. We'll also get an upgrade. So the nice thing about this particular upgrade is if I timed it wrong and we're not necessarily able to deal with the rebel threat, I can always cancel it, and we get a new turret ready to go. So I don't think I have the minerals to... Oh, let's... Well, first things first, let's convert some people. So I think I got to be a little more careful on my finances, because I am going to need some replacement bodies. I can, however, take advantage of the surplus influence. This is a little richer, so we'll take that. I do want to buy some more. I think at this point it's backspace. So basically gonna blow everything up. You know what? Let's even kill the engines. It's a little faster to do that. No food yet. People's Hulk. No, Red Hulk, 11th of his name. We will. There is actually going to be food that's added in this sim. So this is a cyberpunk city manager / strategy game, and it's currently in early access. So it is now out on Steam. But okay, so I don't need to buy any buildings right now, but I would like to buy a couple trucks. And one of the things that is mentioned on the roadmap are more leisure builds. So like right now I'm in the leisure cycle.
The rebellion will take what it needs from the wreckage of your city.
I do still really like that, is it Zoran? I do like that his dialogue is always turned to 11. Oh, I'll show you what conversion means. Let's get ourselves prepped. So I want to make sure that they're in sort of fighting range. Oh. Come with me. So this isn't necessarily going to be the best test of this ship's capabilities, but I can at least try and... okay, well, they'll just stay put there. Good God, that thing's... Okay, so... It's not really good for killing the weapon, though, is it? Mind you, they don't have a med bay. Man, this looks like a ship I'd design. So we know we're going to win this fight just because we have the turret on our side here. But let's see if we can... What? Oh, here we go. The Sumptuous Hyperion. What a name. So let's put the fence a little bit higher. We don't have that much battery power, unfortunately, so... Yeah, so the whole hope here was that we'd have one person sort of running around doing all the repairs while we have two people focusing on the enemy, the enemy weaponry. I really do love the little effects that they have for the... Man, those large lasers are something to deal with. Yeah, so the hope here is that basically we're able to wear down the workers. Oh, good lord, who's... Ah, they got our... they got our life support again. Oh, they're so dead. It's getting very expensive to replace. Okay, well, let's cancel the alarm. Oh, good lord, no, turn on another one. I didn't even realize there was a second ship blowing us up. I'm a complete failure of a founder. Okay. These ship designs are really not fit for purpose. I'm gonna buy more. I'm gonna buy more trucks because I can. I mean, in fairness, I also completely ignore shields, which is likely the source of my, you know, a lot of the challenges I'm running into with my ships. Normally I've been able to get away without it, but clearly we're losing a lot of employees on these runs, so I'm gonna have to think a little bit more about how I want to, how I want to run these. But yeah, sorry, Red Hulk. I will show you what I mean by converting employees. It's a cool process. It's purely voluntary. Well, all my trucks are gone. I'm just not sure where.
You have now completed all the Landfaller basic training, Founder. But if you wish to further curry the Council's favor, there are rebel encampments we would like you to remove.
Yeah, well, my ship doesn't
And
have
don't
any
forget to contact your advisors
doesn't have any
when
crew
needed.
anymore. They all perished due to a
You
lack
can
of life
also
support.
find helpful tooltips on all of Titan's objects and buttons, compiled by our archivists. That is all. Don't disappoint us.
So,
Founder, it's time for us to pursue a campaign of rebel extermination. There are several rebel encampments nearby. We can crush them all. Explore the remaining territory in this sector. When we find rebels, send them packing. The Council will be grateful. Nothing makes them happier than a rebel running scared.
So we're on a leisure cycle right now, so this is as good of a time as any to have the power go down. But yeah, so basically I was using that ship as a shield from the enemy ship, because this is my factory. This is where all my workers are going to be making me money. So if that thing blows up, I'm gonna have a really hard time coming back from that. So now that that's dealt with, it looks like we got a couple of bodies in this new ship to begin with. Again, we've kind of learned that these ships are not necessarily fit for purpose, but we'll deal with that later. For now, okay, so spike this one on the grid, so we're still covering our the necessary sections. So we can actually already get our mining operation underway here. How are my isotopes? Yeah, we should be fine. It's one of the reasons this energy plant's got to be upgraded right away. I do also need to build a research lab at some point, but right now money is my biggest concern, and the way I'm going to get around the money problem is by building the infrastructure to support a bigger economy, more citizens, more work, and ideally that's going to be over on this side. So I'm sitting on 42 influence right now. If I want, I can actually start sort of the preparations for this civilian area.
Survey complete.
It'll cost me a total of 10 artifacts to do this. Hey, why not? In theory, we'll have the infrastructure to be able to protect all of it, so why not?
Survey complete.
All right, so this ship's ready to go. This time I am going to send them off to, after the rebels again, but I'm going to try and keep a closer eye on the full encounter and see exactly where it's going wrong. I do want to repair the Sumptuous Hyperion, but that's got to happen that's got to happen when I actually have money for it. And I also need to make sure that I don't do it in such a way that I spend more money than I make, because obviously I want to convert my employees. So, hey, the exception. So, Red Hulk, you were asking about conversion. So, this is our conversion capsule. So, actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go over to Factory 3. So, here's all my citizens sort of wallowing in their own filth. Back to headquarters. So, what we do here is we can convert a citizen into a much more productive worker. And looks like this fellow over here is the... Oh, maybe not. Yeah, no, they decided, no, if I can't have this sleeping spot, I don't want to sleep anywhere. I think what they're doing is they're trying to avoid the waste, but... Where's the exit to this place anyway? They might already be in the HQ, so... Oops, wrong floor. Oh, don't tell me they're already in there. It looks like they are. What I'll do is I'll hit that button. Next time I'll hit that button and I'll just stay. For the meantime, though, let's go ding up my ship even more. At this point, the rebels are like, oh, these guys again. Okay. Yeah, they spend all their time repairing. They're not really doing what they need to. Okay, there we go. So definitely some damage on the offense. I can. So that's not enough to take out the enemy gunner. So this does have a medical pod. So I suppose one question might be, like, is it worth it for me to continue this big long string of attacks and hope for the best? Or do we... Well, yeah, we kind of got lucky there and took out one of their gunners. But again, as long as they have that med bay, they're gonna... Okay, this might get us what we need. Oh, that lucky devil. There we go. Oh, man, did they just get my life... So why isn't he repairing the life support? So that's, I mean, that's 3 more workers we just lost. Actually, with that in mind, let's at least do the... I don't think it's the crew that's the problem. What in the world? Oh, wait, no, this is the... Yeah, this is the damaged ship. We need money for that. I've definitely been able to do 3-person crews before. Although at this point, there's no if I'm not gonna lose the crew, there's no benefit to keeping them around here. Okay. So we'll hit the we'll hit the convert button. So as you saw, that there's a hey, Irrepressible. Yes, the combat is very much like FTL. Although I've done better both in Titan and FTL than what you just saw. So we're going to take it for granted that we know that a citizen is getting out of their pod heading towards this conversion capsule. In the meantime, I'm going to bring in some more immigrants. I could stand to build another conversion capsule, but I don't know. Well, what's the hurt, right? Okay. That's a little strange to me because we should... Oh. They're too busy not repairing life support. Oh man, they went into the conversion pod again. Okay, anyway, citizens go into the pod and they're get their insides removed and they are turned into much more productive workers. So... Okay, so we're starting a work cycle. We're starting a work cycle again, so that's going to that's going to get us the cash. Yeah, we can repair while we earn. I just don't think it's going to quite. Oops. I don't think it's quite going to work at the rate that I need it to. But yeah, the next priority is definitely going to be to build some more offices and living complexes. I'm wondering why I'm struggling so much with the ships this time around, because this ship design isn't as... Like, it's not that different from what I've done before. I think if I go to the shipyard... I guess it doesn't say what ship type it needs for this. It's pretty fair pace for the recovery. But yeah, what does weird me out, so it's like I kind of get it here when it's like repair at stop repairs when you get to, but here it's like life support is the top priority already, and I mean I could make it, yeah, 3 is the highest level, so the fact that they're ignoring the repairs to the life support is a little funny to me. I believe this is also just repair priorities. I don't think there's any way of telling the workers to like to go to battle stations or anything like that. Anyways, we'll add the employees. It's not like I really need to have my workers doing things that aren't related to the current task at hand, but if I don't explore now, I'm never gonna do it, so. And then this ruins in particular should be a priority to remove because it is gonna be, well, I guess it's not as much of a priority. What I'm really looking to do here is just make sure I have a mine that can actually, it might make sense for me to put it here. Well, no, it doesn't make any more sense because we're still not going to be able to hit it within our energy pylon. So I suppose the question is, do I set up with a factory here? I guess I kind of have to. So let's claim this. This. We're just shy of what we need. So this will be our mining operation. I think we'll just build the factory right beside it. And then maybe I'll put like a storage facility for the tier 3 isotopes sort of somewhere in this road network. It should ideally be the shortest distance. Also, we don't have storage facilities yet.
Survey complete. Survey complete. Survey complete.
Okay, next batch goes in. So again, life support's at the top, offense. I mean, if I have to have these as screening ships that don't wind up doing the damage, so be it. Like I'm not so married to the design. But the catch is it would be nice to have something that can actually go to toe with an enemy ship. And while I can see some flaws in the overall design, it's the fact that the crew really doesn't seem to care about those life support. Okay, so this is a good start. It's a nice chance to take out the crew, so I had to take it. Actually, I guess pounding the med bay makes a little more sense here. There we go. Okay, that was useless. Ah, now that. Well, even then, they kind of seem to know how to handle that. Sorry, shouldn't be doing that. I really do love the effect. So like I'm less annoyed than I probably would be with some of the losses that I'm facing, just purely because the ship destruction actually looks really cool now. It's too early. There we go. And now ships blow up when the whole crew is gone. Okay, so I don't think this thing's ready for prime time. Oh, nope, it is. Okay. So I need to get on it with new employees then. See, that's why there's so much mess, Red Hulk. My workers keep throwing up. Alright, let's start working on this mine. So again, this is to... We do have some isotopes which we haven't been working with yet, just because my workers haven't been picking them up and moving them along. I've been giving them too much else to work with. But this is going... So, I mean, there's two things that have happened. One, I now have the command center, which means I potentially have access to other sources of isotopes. I can claim these ruin... Like, this is a great example of a ruins that I would want to take because it's no waste, just pure resources. But again, I don't necessarily want to take, so this inert ruin stores fuel. As long as I'm able to defend this area, this is actually something pretty desirable for me to hang on to. Something like this ruin, I can generate 4 waste for 11 minerals, or I can get an artifact. Clearly the artifact is a much more valuable item, which I would want. Sorry, that's what I would want to use the influence for. So, before we built the command center, we didn't have access to isotopes anymore. Now that we built the command center and we've got the furthest distance we can get on the command center, we have access to a few more sources of these resources. So this ruins, another conversion's done. Is it just 2? 3. Yeah, so 3 of them where I can get the resources without giving up the artifacts. Now again, you don't need to. I don't need to be a purist about it. Like if I need them, I will. I'll pursue. I'll pursue the. The acquisition of resources that allow me to do more without being too strict in terms of how many artifacts I get. But artifacts are very helpful. Once I get my research up and running, they will continue to be very helpful. We're getting close to rebel territory here. Trying to think if there's what the benefit of the floor tile is. So snowstorm. Oop. Okay. Strong, strong turret there. So the snowstorm here is a real pain for a scouting mission because your visibility is reduced. Did I hear the conversion complete? I don't think I did. But... I've kind of given up hope of them actually ever building this thing. We weren't at full waste when we originally made it, but... Oh, we've also converted all of our tier 2 into tier 3, so we're going to turn off this production line and get a couple of extra bodies. That's not going to be a permanent state of affairs, but obviously we need to refresh our... Actually, you know what? I don't need this line at all. Because I'm going to be building a different... I'm going to be building a separate one for... Gotta keep one on. I'm going to be building something dedicated for isotopes in the future. So one thing I do find a little odd is, like, right now we don't have any waste store. Well, no. I think I know what's going on here. Yeah, we're focusing on building the mine. But generally, I kind of thought that we would be a little more effective at cleanup. Cleanup is actually starting to get in the way of some of my long-term goals, so I'm going to move that above move resources for now. We're really just waiting for the next work cycle, so right now this is going to be focusing on either building things or scouting out the territory. Really like flying close to those things. Actually, that's a really neat... So I was talking about, like, sayings like, I wonder what the snowstorms, like what function the snowstorms really seem to be serving. Obviously, they like slow down your workers and the visibility and all that. I was like, well, visibility isn't that big of a deal, is it? Turns out it is, because essentially I wind up flying directly into enemy turrets because of the reduced visibility. So I think just the fact that I tend to ignore the ship-based side of things gave me a blind spot, so to speak, as far as that feature. We're really running out of citizens. But obviously I rate workers a little higher right now, so... as long as I can get that conversion happening within 3 minutes, I can probably bring in another shipload. I'd love to if I can, just because I need to earn as much money as I can each cycle. Right now we're really just maintaining our existing, like, materials. So that's not the right term. We're sort of maintaining what we already have, but what I need to be doing is building out, and the only way I'm going to build out is if I spend the money. Okay, these I want to connect. But it's a little silly to use. So I only have 10 of the tier 3 isotopes, so it's a little silly to use that on its own. I am actually going to rebuild the... Oh man, I really shut that whole thing down, didn't I? You know what? It's not worth it. I'll eat the... Okay. You're kidding me. Not enough... Not enough space for storage! And I need to spend 1,000 credits to get... I've got 5 tickets. Oh man. Okay. If I have, if I can get 2 influence, you know what? Not worth it. This is going to be kind of painful to build the factory with tier 3s, but I'm doing it. Oh, it's not just build, it's upgrade too. This is so wasteful. So work shift starts in 4 hours? No, 5 hours. Okay, we get to see a conversion happen now. So, they get in the machine. We use an artifact. Actually, I can make another one of these. I'm also gonna, what I'm gonna do is I will put, I was originally not gonna put 2 people, but I want to make sure that both the minerals and the isotopes are being taken care of, so I will put dedicated people on resource acquisition duties. Oh, and because the waste is full, I don't think they're gonna come out. So, while we wait for that to happen, workers will build that factory. Okay, so I am going to turn these on just so I can get that last tier 3. Oh, it looks like I don't need a worker for that. And it's not my favorite choice, but I think I'm going to do another expansion of the waste bins. That way I can get rid of this one. So eventually we're going to build something that looks like this for minerals as well. But right now I'm really just kind of recovering the mineral resources for the production line, because our refining operations are going to be moved up here. That also reminds me... Oh my god, did I really use all my tier 3? That can't be right. Oh, I know what I did. So I didn't use all my tier 3, but what I did do was I removed the bin containing all of them. So I'm going to need to wait for my isotope, my isotope runner to decide to pick them up and drop them off where they're supposed to go. So that wasn't very well thought out on my part. Unfortunately, you do need to build energy pylons with isotopes. So that's that. Let's go focus on Nothing for my workers to do. If we can, let's get more bodies into the city corporation. And right, can't convert people because there's too much waste. All right, so we're kind of stuck again until. So a couple things will resolve themselves as soon as, basically as soon as enough time passes. So the, I'm trying to think of some examples here. Like with the passage of time, we'll be able to repair the ship. Actually, this is a good question. Do I want to? Yeah, we'll do the repair. Okay. I think I'm going to do all the repairs first. I don't feel good about it. It just helps. Does this have a full crew? Looks like it does. We'll turn off the medical pod so the batteries can charge. So I can't build any more ships out of this shipyard. I either need to destroy one or build a new shipyard. For the time being, I'm a little more interested in just acquiring what I can. So hopefully we've got some tier 2s now. Yes, okay. So we'll start by connecting these guys, and then we'll draw. So there's any number of places I could put this energy pylon. This makes this makes as much sense as any to me, because I don't necessarily want to expand this sort of satellite area all that much. So this just lets me build one and be done with it. And then the question is going to be how I get the material to and from. And honestly, I think it's just going to be a question of... it's probably just going to be a question of... I'll do the same thing here, turn off the medical pod. I think they're just going to have to hoof it, and I'll try and make sure that I've got a storage facility right here. So if I'm going to be building something for fuel, I'll build it along this side, not this side. Which is fine, because obviously we have quite a bit of fuel coverage already in this area. Okay. So I think the time has come. Let's add workers to the mine. Waste disposal is actually going to be a bit of a problem here. Now hopefully we have enough. So the tier 2 minerals are a bit shy, but we should at least be able to lay the groundwork. And this is going to be a much more permanent structure than the last one. Although it'll be basically the same design. I put mineral instead of isotope, didn't I? Oh no. So normally I'd build the two in line. Feng shui, those ships are a little odd. The ships are a disaster. But the the factories are on point. That's what matters. Okay. Yeah, I don't have enough resources. Well, there's one part I can still build. So we'll be ready when we've got those nice tier tier 2 minerals. I'm not actually going to run both production lines because I don't have enough workers for that. But we're ready. And hopefully the rebels don't bother us for a while. All right, let's buzz down some obsidian ruins because they looked at me funny. And have we cleaned up our headquarters enough to do conversions yet? No. Yes. No? Oh, we failed to pay employees. I should have bought trucks. All right. Well, I guess that's what happens when you prioritize repairs. So the lack of income is a major problem with this enterprise right now. It's really stopping me from doing just about everything that I want to do. So we've laid some of the groundwork for that to happen here. We've already got a filter up. The radar is kind of nice to have. I don't necessarily want to be building stuff exactly next to the spaceport, but it's like we'll be fine. Trying to think if there's any wisdom in turning off the tier 2 to tier 3. I just don't think the factories are actually that efficient. Yeah, you know what? It's not like we can't do with the extra workers running around. I suspect we actually have quite a few more tier 2 and tier 3 than we think we do, but it's just all sitting... It's all kind of sitting on the ground right now, so let them run around. But the reason, so one of the big problems I'm running into is I'm not making enough credits, or maybe it's more accurate for me to say I'm making enough credits, but then I'm spending on dumb things like repairing my infrastructure. So what that's doing is that's preventing me from buying cool new buildings, particularly like, residential and office complex and conversion centers to like really build up the scale of my operations. Then some other things that I would want to do would be to get things like the science lab, because right now we've just been working with the same base set of technologies, which is not the same. Can I get it? Well, look at we've got so much open space. See? We're working on it. It'd be nice if our smokestack storage was a little more full, but these things, they take time. I'm actually wondering if we're at a point where, these have got some stuff in them. I think once the floors start looking a little tidier, we can start. I eventually want to start pushing, this row of waste storage back. But my priority right now is to just get enough tier 2 minerals down to get my beloved factory design down. Is that right? I don't think I built it that way last time. No, that still works. Okay. Again, the only fault is doubting myself. So let's get some storage down for these things. It's so weird to see the angle change when you leave the factory. I've been kind of neglectful of the excuse me, of the spaceport. I do need to make sure that that I'm getting more people in here, because again, like, we're really only making 228 a day after we pay our workers, that's not gonna get me all those cool new buildings that I need. Now I could say, well, nuts to the workers, I'm just gonna buy an office for them to work in a residential area. The thing is that like I can build another factory, or I could like upgrade this factory and just stick more offices in it too. I was wanting to avoid that, just because right now we're trying to rebuild our ability to generate isotopes. But if I'm feeling the pinch, I can try and work with that. We also, again, our ability to take in new citizens is also limited by the fact that the spaceport still doesn't have a ton of space. So, like, for instance, I think... Oh, no, well, it already tells us that it doesn't have enough space, spaceport storage. But, like, if we had a ship like this with citizens, or would-be citizens, again, we have to turn it away because we only have 13 space available. And again, because we're trying to get money, citizens generate money, and so our ability to acquire citizens is constrained by the thing that we want the citizens for. So a couple of decisions that I made that are now coming back to bite me. I kind of expected a few more workers to be working on this, but I guess I've got so many people working on... Holy crap! It's a lot of people working on cleanup. Which is funny because there's 11 construction jobs. Apparently only one person go... I mean, again, I'm not going to complain about them cleaning up. That's long overdue. I'm just a little surprised. Okay, we're back in another waiting pattern unless we get a good opportunity with the ship. So maybe every once in a while I'll peek in and put down another storage. Actually, I guess there's no more storage containers for me to put down here. Did I get this wrong? Yeah, I did get this wrong. So I'm not actually going to put down the relays for these areas. I'm just going to build the infrastructure. What it does mean is that I'm going to be hurting a little bit for getting the tier 3 minerals when the time comes. But I just don't really have that much more that I want to build with tier 3 minerals. Eventually I'll want to build residential and office with them, but I think we should be okay with what we've got access to now. Oh, actually this stuff's starting to come online, so I should be a little more careful. Okay, I like to see all that. So I'll wait for the storage containers to get put down, and then I can assign them tier 1, 2, and 3 isotopes. But we should be back in business as far as upgrades are concerned, which means that I'm potentially... Oh yeah, and looks like we've picked up all the resources we left lying on the ground. So it's probably going to take a little while to seed this factory, and I would definitely prefer to have more workers. But I should be able to kind of leave it on its own to do the job right now. Yeah, so this local storage is... Like, this is basically going to need a dedicated worker on its own. Normally I'd have this hooked up to highways, but again, I just don't really have... Unless there happens to be something that goes around this monument, we're probably stuck on this island. Okay, so let's think a little bit about our next steps, because we are in the work cycle now. So I suppose now is the time for me to say, do I care enough about my workers that I want to pay them? and be able to get 2 more? Or do I want to buy a residential complex? You know what? I don't really need the residential as much as I used to, because I can upgrade this factory. Even if I'm going to eventually demolish it, this will do. Trying to get an idea of how close to the space. Okay, yeah, so we really want to be like way out. It's like this is where we want to be building the different residential buildings. Assuming we can even access it. Yeah, that's a bit out of our... That's a bit out of our range. We're going to need to build another command center. Which, again, we should have the materials for. That's not the end of the world if we do. It did occur to me I don't have any waste receptacles in the area, so I might want to put a little more effort into this building. Sorry, there is... No, I'm not going to upgrade the factory that's currently being worked on right now. That would be foolish. What? Oh, good lord. What's wrong with me? I just cut off my income. Sorry, I'm not thinking straight. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to finish off this. That's not how I build it. I'm going to finish off this design just so I can put some waste receptacles down. It's a little easier for me to know where to put them if I do the whole thing. So, inputs. Outputs. And then, yeah, we just need these relays, so we can afford a waste receptacle here, here. I do need a relay here and a relay here, but we can afford a waste receptacle here. And then just fill in the last little bits. I mean, one thing I could do if I wanted is just put down the relays already. Like, I could put down the relays and turn them off. It's just it's work, so I don't do that. The big assumption is that I'm actually going to have a workforce that's able to absorb that much work. I don't think I need the artifacts that much. It's probably if you're taking Obsidian Ruins, you should be using it for the high quality materials. We're doing a lot better as far as cleanup's concerned. Well, I mean, we're getting close to the storage, but the factory floors aren't completely littered anymore. I really do want to put these relays down, but I know that's not the right call at the moment. Okay, 57% on the rebel threat meter. I don't want to rely too much on these. At the end of the work shift, we'll upgrade the factory so that I can employ more people, because obviously, even if I'm going to demolish it, well, one, it's not going to happen as fast as I thought because I need to get another command center down. I think I can start that now, actually. We are a little short on energy. Okay, so I can afford to upgrade this with the 90. Yeah, let's do it. I really hope I don't kill my my production doing that, though. Let's turn off the shipyard. for some reserves. I don't believe we can build batteries until we build the research, so again, this is kind of a consequence of some of my earlier decisions coming back to bite me. But I mean, if I'd made different decisions, I'd I may not have ships, so I will speed it up, but I am going to keep an eye on that energy bar. Yeah, 2 of 10, that's not going to get built in time. So I am going to upgrade it. Ah, crap. It needs a worker. Come on, get it. Get to work. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that they'd be a little faster on that. But once the work shift's done, we'll... There we go. Now I'll do the upgrade. We are going to shut some stuff down. That's unfortunate, but now's the time I can afford to do all this. So we'll upgrade this factory because it means that I'm going to be able to get more employees. I'm upgrading this energy plant because that's going to absorb the cost of the command center I'm about to build. We did pay our workers, so that means that I can convert some people into... Well, I would if I had power. So we can start... Oh, actually, we have enough employees already, so we didn't really need to worry about that. We do, however, have enough money to buy another truck once we have the power for it. I didn't turn the tier 3 back on, did I? No, good. It sucks to only have one source of energy like this. The reason why I'm not building additional power plants is because it does also require more workers. However, I do have a perfectly serviceable third floor that I can probably put some extra generators on now that I think of it. I just don't have the minerals for it at the moment. But yeah, this is now up to tier 3, so we're generating 216. As you can see, we're doing very well as far as energy generation is concerned. The question now is going to be how quickly can we populate that second floor in the factory. Next question, I suppose, is what do I want to get out of these different ruins? Anything that I sort of activate here is going to be something that I need to defend when the rebels come calling. Now, I do have a very important mining operation here, so I think there is a very reasonable case to be made that I need to defend this place anyway. But I am a little stretched thin resource-wise, so let's not claim things that I can't defend for the time being. It might have actually been an idea for me to just build half of this, so do them all as singles and then allow them to bury. So one, I don't normally like building that way. It's just a me thing. Number two, am I really going to be, like, honestly, am I going to be burying my city with this kind of an income? No, like that's a fantasy if I were to claim that. So. Keep getting this in the wrong order. Not that there's a right order for this, but... So I'm going to start with the habitat pods for the same reason we did this last time. It's the thing I need to actually get the people down. And actually I've already caused problems because I'm out of tier 2 minerals and I can't connect all of these up. So if I'm short on resources, the best way to do it is sort of make the chain of relays and habitat pods down the middle, start with the one at the end, build the two on the, I'll call it the north side, like this area here. And then you can either, if you really want to maximize the number of habitat pods, you can actually build the relays without the monetization stations and the extra habitat pods, although in practice all that gets you is another 4 slots, which, you know, maybe is not quite the thing you need. If you don't mind, I'm close to the 3-hour mark. I'm actually going to try and go a little bit later tonight, because why not turn the mistake into something happy. I do need to get a refill on my water, though. So I won't run ads for it, but I am going to do a very short break. I will leave you with the lovely sounds of Danny Baranowski, as long as they show up in the... They do not show up in the menu. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to be super brave. I'm still going to take a small break, but I'll let the game run in the background. And let's just hope the rebels don't get any fancy ideas. But yeah, if you have not done so yourself, maybe get up, take a stretch, get a glass of water. There is going to be lovely music, so I can understand if you don't want to go away from the computer. But I'm too lazy to run ads, and it's probably better if I just get the water and run off. So see you all in a minute. Oh god, it's all ruined. There was also some discount Danish at the grocery store. So I'm enjoying one of them. I'm going to try and not eat it directly on the mic. But I didn't want to extend the break long enough to eat the whole thing. So the problem with this one, right, is you can add the habitat pod here, but it's not going to have power. You do actually need to, either you need to build the monetization stations, or at least you need to have the gap for them. Although, why bother with that when you can build the relay that you need? Only if they have fruit filling. It's a very specific exception to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Okay, so it says we've got idle people. Oh, that makes sense. This is supposed to be temporary anyway. Although a dedicated person to emptying mines actually seems to make a lot of sense. The way I sort of think about this is based on It's like basically every time that we don't have space, it's like we have a dedicated employee. Like, it's kind of funny the way that this works, right? The game will let you know when you have idle employees, and yet, I mean, the game lets you know about storage full here, right? But you don't have, I think at least, people don't quite have the same reaction. People probably don't have the same reaction to a storage is full warning. Right, so like the game will give you, you know, one idle, oh god, everything's breaking. And yet leaving the storage full is basically the same as having an idle worker, right? Because I've tied up a worker in this mine, which isn't actually doing anything. Now, there really isn't a good way around it. Oh man, really? I really thought this doubled up Zethane source would work. I think I'm going to have to upgrade this stuff sooner. Oh, that's a real shame, because I think I also, like... Yeah, man, what do I do about that? I'm at 99, so I can't afford to upgrade this turbine. Again, probably better to just rip the Band-Aid off while we aren't currently producing anything. It's interesting how seemingly everywhere in the world Danish pastry is called just that, while in Swedish, funnily enough, I think it's called Viennese bread. That's crazy. Does it like have its origins in Vienna? I don't know where it comes from. I just know it's like I'm a sucker for sweet stuff. It's got a fruit filling, which I like. Like apple and lemon are probably my two favorite kinds. But I don't know anything about the history of it. Croissants actually I also have a bit of a weak spot for, but those are probably the two pastries that I like I'll usually wind up like doing a completely unnecessary purchase as a result of. So we should have the fuel turbine up and running before the power turns down or runs out. There is a side of me that says let's just take this thing up to level 3 and build a replacement, but I've kind of been sitting at 425 tier 3 minerals for a while I've been starving it of tier 2 inputs to build my my new factory. I think we're going to continue along those lines for the next little while. Ah, interesting. Okay, let me, I'll kind of... Okay, 1 like that, and 2 so the relay would go here. They're already making a mess. So once we've filled up our fuel, so I don't think I can afford to just turn this thing down. Turn it off full stop. Well, maybe I can. I mean, it'll give the Zethane a chance to sort of refresh, I suppose. It takes a while, but I certainly have a huge energy surplus right now, so it's not a big problem for me to keep it like this. So really we're just waiting on those tier 2 minerals, which we actually already have somebody dedicated to picking up, so that's life. Yeah, so we'll keep on going with the factory. With what we've done already, oh, it's 5 Oh, that's right, because I haven't built the monetization station, so it's all people, no profits. What kind of company are we running here? So what kind of Weinerbrot? I mean, from the name, I can kind of make an inference. But what is it? You can find it just not in every store. So, like I have my guesses, but could you tell the class? So I think I can actually get away with sticking a relay here. I hope I got that right. Yeah, 2 and 2. Oh, it's okay. It's the same thing. Gotcha. Oh, okay. No, I get it. So yeah. So Weiner, I'm okay. Sorry. The broad I guessed is bread, but I didn't realize the Weiner would be Vienna. Yeah. Okay. Broad equals bread. Okay. So yeah, I think I had the broad bit down. Didn't for some reason make the connection with Vienna. Shame on me for not knowing multiple languages. I'm doing my absolute best with French, but it is a bit of a struggle. I tend to find a lot of lessons will focus a lot on stuff that's not really... Like, the thing is that I think probably I'd have an easier time learning languages if I was learning words that are related to the sort of stuff that I will normally talk about. And like, it's challenging, right? Because generally I do talk about, and like my sentence structure in English is more complicated. My thoughts are generally more complicated. And clearly when you are starting out with a language, you do not want to express complicated idea. Like that's not a way to learn. However, the drawback I am running into is that I don't really talk that much. I mean, the Danish thing is the most that if a bad habit, yeah, I feel like that's an acceptable breakfast. I mean, it's not a you want to have that every day for breakfast, but that seems like a morning thing. Like I feel like coffee and Danish or Viennese bread is kind of accepted as like a morning thing. I mean, again, like I'm not gonna say it's kind of like eating Frosted Flakes or something like that. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the sort of thing that you want to build a diet around, but I don't think it's entirely the worst thing. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so like this is the most I've talked about food. And I'm like starting to be a little bit better at cooking for myself and like a little more variety and putting some effort as far as like seasonings and all of that are concerned. But it's just not that big of a deal for me, to be completely honest. But obviously if you, well, maybe not obviously, but like when you are learning things like the partitive article, being able to talk about food, at least in French, is really helpful because that's where, you'll say like, I don't want all the fruit in the world. I just would like some fruit. Is it? I don't know, because like I was born, I was born English speaking, so I've had the benefit of just like of growing up with it. So I don't. I'm sure there are little traps, but to me, of course, English is just the most sensible, language in the world, and every language should be more like it. But yeah, I don't know. Like the thing is like there's definitely stuff that I would like to do with French, right? To be able to read some authors I really enjoy in, in French as opposed to reading a translation. To be able to converse with friends. I have a friend from France, and it would be wonderful to be able to talk with them in their own language, particularly because they speak English perfectly well. The big challenge is that just the types of conversations that I can have with very elementary French are not interesting, and they are not very natural conversations for me. Like, they are ones that I would maybe, I certainly would be able to understand as an English speaker, but they're not really ones that they're not really sentences I think about saying on my own. I only ever think about them because it's in the context of a lesson. So I do use Duolingo because I'm cheap, but I think Duolingo is probably best served. So one thing I don't like about the app lately is that they really like showing you ads for a reward and then not giving you the reward. So that really annoys me. But on a more practical point of view, they're really, really focused on the gamifying side of things to a point where I actually think the contents of the lesson and the takeaways are sometimes kind of a casualty. So one thing I've sort of done for myself on that score is to basically to use it as a prompt to do more language learning. So I have a Sham's guide for French. I did keep my textbooks from university. Why is it dangerous to walk around? Because they're all Russian. I don't know if you've seen some of the Russian dash cam footage on YouTube, Red Hulk, but if you like going down YouTube rabbit holes, that is a very worthwhile one for you to go down. Oh, you can't cook food, but you like baking cakes. Actually, Kaylee Cakes is a streamer. She hasn't really gone online for a while, but when she's sort of put away due to the pandemic, she taught at a school. Oh no, I was off one. Nuts. I think keeping this one here, though, will be fine. But no, Kaylee Cakes was a baker, and kind of during the pandemic actually sort of started, or at least continued, a rather successful baking business. So, which reminds me, I should actually probably reach out and make sure everything's okay and say Happy Christmas and all that. But so I want to make sure I keep 5 aside just for the... Actually, I may not... Yeah, no, I should keep 5 aside just in case. Again, right now we just want to make as much money as we can. One, so I can buy more trucks. Can never have enough trucks. But number 2, I want to make sure that we're able to buy some new buildings. How's the cleanup going? Still a lot of cleanup jobs to do, but... Factory floor should be looking a little cleaner. It is, but we've still got a ton of trash piled up. You're taking your last semester in uni after the holidays, which requires a full term of free courses. So among the other things that you've taken, the opportunity to get into an introductory Japanese course, mostly to finally force yourself to jumpstart your learning after several years of having it on your to-do list. Yeah, the one thing that I have learned, and I don't know whether or not this is generalizable or if this is just unique to my own experience, but I learned French. So I learned some French in high school, and then it doesn't become compulsory after a while. I learned in university, I had to take French. So with an arts degree, you have to have a certain level of language, like I think like Unit 2 or whatever they call it. So I did that in university. But clearly I did not gain, I didn't gain enough from those lessons. And then in my work, they do kind of make half an effort to sort of give you language training if you request it. But again, like, the one thing that I've tended to notice is that it's always sort of stop and start, stop and start. And it's just one of these things where, you do kind of need that constant exposure. I think particularly when you're starting out. Otherwise, it's just as if you hadn't taken the course in the first place. I don't think it's like a complete loss, because I have noticed, like, when I was doing some of the Duolingo stuff, there were some sentences where I just had an intuition about what it should be like, and those intuitions were generally correct. And then there's some conjugations which I'll remember. So, to be or être is, it's kind of like the first one that you learn, and it's drilled into my head. Some of the irregular conjugations, and then some of the other standard ones. But I've definitely found that my Duolingo time has actually been... So it's not even that Duolingo is being really effective, other than the fact that the dumb gamification stuff that they've done that makes it a less effective learning platform, I use it as my opportunity to expose myself to sort of French sentences in a graded context, so that it can supplement the French textbooks that I have on my own. Oh, that's really cool, Index Gnome. So how many would you say you're sort of comfortable in? Obviously, I'm English, clearly. But what would you say, like, in terms of your ability to, have a good grasp, and you would be able to have a reasonably solid conversation with? How many languages would you say that you've been able to master or get to a level you're comfortable with? I'm going to take down the ruins which have the isotopes that I wanted again. We're going to be a little more focused on upgrades for the next little bit, I think. We are in a leisure period, so I wonder if I can get away with a factory upgrade. That's going to cost 90. I could get a tier 3 fuel turbine. Can actually do both. I don't think I'm quite ready to dismantle this, but I don't know if we're ever going to get to a point. Oh, yeah. No, it's totally this filter. Oh, God, this filter completely ruined it for me. I can't turn it off either. That's where it all went. Okay. Might as well get the resources back. That will probably let me build the turret and probably upgrade it now that I think of it. And yeah, so I just need the 10 and then I can get the last of the isotopes. So let's see if I send my industry to a crashing halt. Getting close. Yeah, there's no way that's going online. Alright, let's just watch the mayhem happen. The rebels take pity on me. I'm gonna guess that won't be a permanent state of affairs. So it is going to be important for me to build another fuel turbine at some point. For the time being, though, my real hope is that we grab those resources and I'm able to set up a defense turret. I guess it doesn't really matter which of these two spots I put the turret. This is going to force some waste disposal, but that's life. Okay, and now that that's all built, yeah, we're at 812. So I'm a little at odds with the decision to do this, but I am going to buy a couple more trucks. I only need 2 more for the full set, but we're going to be generating almost 2,000 credits after covering payroll, so it's not as big of a deal. It's not as big of a deal that I'm sort of taking up the cash. And again, hopefully we'll be in a spot. We've got 50, so not a ton, but we do have some minerals to play around with. Okay, so usual story. I hope I got that right. Yeah. Although this time I'm going to be a little bit better. So I guess I can hit the S button. Guess not. Oh no, it's indicating S or L. Gotcha. Okay, well that's what on earth? Is that right? Oh yeah, just wasn't paying attention. So as usual, this is just a chance for me to fly more people into the city if the opportunity arises. So Esperanto, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Russian, Korean, not counting Scandinavian languages that come by default almost. And the aim is to be able to read books and to hold conversations on the street with random people. I have no idea how you do it. I mean, I'm told that if you have a mind for languages, it is very easy to it is kind of very easy to start collecting them. That's really cool that you've been able to stick with it, because it's, I mean, I'm almost wondering if language learning is a bit like programming for me, which is that, like, now that I have it, I am finding the ability to sort of pick up a new programming language or new programming style is definitely easier. But it also certainly took me the effort to to like have that, that graded, like have the final, have the exercises. And I mean, to a certain extent, that doesn't quite fit, like the whole, that doesn't really kind of explain the whole picture, because I obviously have had courses and tests, but yeah, I don't know. I definitely like to have a better mastery of language than I do. You got to compile right, or you tell people that you're a toilet. Oh, wow. That's all the more impressive. I mean, also we could just be describing like a fundamental laziness on my part, right? Like, you know, there is a certain side where I'm like, man, it hasn't been taught the right way to me. You know, but I'd certainly like to be better with languages than I am. I mean, I guess the one thing though is that based on sort of my TAing experience and such, I do feel like I have. I mean, maybe they're just strong opinions, but I do feel like I have an idea about what is effective in terms of getting people to focus on like a learning outcome as opposed to a particular milestone. So like, you know, I'm one of these people, like if I had to teach a course that was teaching to the test, I would really struggle with that, because obviously that has nothing to do with the subject being discussed. And I have been in courses like that, and I am miserable in them. So, you know, most of the comments I have about Duolingo are very much focused on. I'm really just kind of claiming ruins because I can claim ruins. It probably would have been smarter for me to use the influence to get some cash, but I can live without it. But yeah, I do feel like Duolingo, for me at least, has put a lot of effort into sort of the gamey bits, and selling you advertising, and I think it is a little bit too easy. I think the urgency that they create on some of the gamification elements incentivize you to take actions that are not in line with taking on things that you might find difficult or things that would be in your long-term interest to improve. And instead we'll focus a little bit more on making sure that sort of you retain your spot on the leaderboard, or that you work out this proper combo. Like me, for sure, when I'm dealing with Duolingo, I think a lot about, you know, how I can sort of optimize a particular set of maybe not the leaderboard things, but like specific numbers in that, just to make sure that I sort of maintain a place or whatever. And again, like it's good at, I will say, like my streak is over a year long now, so it's good in that regard. But it is very hard to say that I'm developing like a love of languages as a result of that. It's definitely more, you know, I've got a system that I'm playing with, and I'm optimizing for that. I'm working with that. Every language you learn makes it easier to learn a new one. You get better understanding of how languages are construction. Adults are actually better at learning languages than kids, even if it's a common myth that kids are better at it. Yeah, I actually find, like in terms of my own preferences, I'm really happy with grammar books. I have been on a search for a very good English grammar book, because the thing that I find is there's a lot of English grammar books for people who are learning English for the first time, and that's not exactly what I'm looking for. But I do find that whenever I've like sort of sat down and really like got in deep on sort of sentence structure and why, like basically why certain things are the way that they are in the English language, like I really enjoy that sort of thing, and I would like to understand that better for English. And so far as I can tell, there isn't really like an English authority. Like obviously, I should be careful on this. Like obviously, things like the Oxford English Dictionary, or I think the American Heritage Dictionary. There's like a few things where you kind of consider to be like major sources that are kind of telling you how to do it. But like from what I understand, in Canada, like at the CBC, there's apparently like the grammar police, because of course French identity is really important in Canada, and it's something that, you know, historically has actually been not well treated, and something that does need to be protected. And so you know, the language police do actually really care about the details, because that's not the formal job title, but that's effectively what it is. They really do care about those details, because ultimately it does, like, today, I'd like to think that those issues aren't issues anymore. But clearly the origin of the role and the reason why that is important is from a time when it was effectively kind of a broader effort to just sort of like move French out of the, out of the realm. So, with that in mind, there's at least enough of an authority to annoy, reporters and other broadcasters into compliance. Whereas in the case of English, at least for me, like I've been trying to read a lot of style guides, and I just tend to find so many style guides are like, well, I like doing it this way. And I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, that's just your opinion, man, right? The Big Lebowski test. What I'm really looking for are some harder rules. Like, so a perfect example, the way that I speak a lot of sentences, maybe not on stream, and particularly here where I'm really scattered and jumbled, but a lot of my comments, when they're a little bit more, carefully thought through and better presented, really do lend themselves to a lot of semicolons. But in my writing, I don't use a lot of semicolons. And I've read plenty of descriptions as to what a semicolon is and how it should be used, and I've seen plenty of examples, and yet I still haven't really felt that natural transition from the way that I speak to the way that I write. And I do tend to find that when it comes to sitting down and writing, often very simple French sentences, but sometimes building more complicated sentences out of the components, I do actually like the fact that I have authorities that I can go to that say, this is the structure of the language, this is why you put this word in front of that one, and if you do it the other way around, this is how it changes the meaning, and so on and so forth. I like that stuff. I actually learn quite a bit better with it, and I've somewhat suffered for a lack of that in English. So I'm reading a book right now, The Glamour of Grammar, which kind of started off promising, but it's falling back into that, well, you should do this. I was like, I don't want a treatise on like the joy of writing. I've got writers that I really like who have written that. Like Ray Bradbury, Ursula Le Guin, Stephen King. They've all got books on writing. They're all really good books on writing. So I don't really need... Like, the guy who wrote this is apparently a well-regarded writing teacher, so I don't want to be too unkind to them. But, the thing is that there's people whose, like, fiction I really admire who can give, like, their memoir of the craft. So if I wanted that, I have that available. What I am looking for, though, is something a little bit more about here is how English grammar works. And again, like I can definitely find English as a second language material, but that's a little simpler than what I'm looking for. And William Zissner's On Writing was recommended several times to me. I despise that book. I did not like it at all. And like it doesn't follow its own advice. That was the most frustrating part out of it. And sure enough, like I look at Goodreads, a bunch of people say, best book on writing you could read. No, that's garbage. I very happily ignored every single piece of advice in that book. Maybe to my own peril. I'm not going to say I'm a good writer, but I'm definitely not as good as I used to be. But I can feel very confident that it is not because I am not following that book's advice. Steven Pinker has one, which I'm interested in, and the hook for that got me into it was the fact that it's more or less upfront about the fact that a lot of science writing is dreadful. And so I'm not like... I haven't read a lot of Pinker's stuff. I have heard him on a couple of radio shows, so that's kind of how I found out about his writing books. So I'm willing to give it a shot, but yeah, I don't know. I read too many writing books that I didn't like. I didn't mind Strunk and White. I know that's another one that a lot of people point to for writing. But it's also like a little dated, and it's not necessarily going to teach me the stuff that I want. If you know English, you are not in a hurry. If you move to, say, Spain, you'll do fine living and working in most places without learning the local language. Yeah, and I mean, for me, it's just, I'm Canadian. I am now on the eastern part of Canada, which it means I'm going to encounter French quite a bit more. Like in Ottawa, I'd say it's a coin toss as to whether or not, if somebody starts speaking on the sidewalk, whether or not they're going to be speaking English or French, which I think is really neat. Like obviously it's not like I didn't get that on the West Coast, but it's it's not necessarily going to be French. But yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, if I were to tell you like what I would want in my heart of hearts, I'd really love to learn Latin and ancient Greek. But given the fact that I have more opportunities to practice conversational French than I do Latin and ancient Greek, I would like to at least put the pin in French, and then I can move on to dead languages. And then Sagewili says, linguistics is a fascinating subject to me, despite knowing nothing about it. In a parallel universe somewhere, you can see yourself getting into that instead of political science. Yeah, it's definitely not one that I know much about, but I have found in a lot of the reading that I've done, linguistics seems to come up a lot, like even if it's just sort of adjacent to the subject, which I found really interesting. And then I know, like, obviously Noam Chomsky is a lot better known for his political views, but I mean his whole academic work is essentially on how humans learn language, like, and I think, again, I'm sure in his assessment of what he's doing, his political work is as important, if not more important, than his academic work. But it's, I know, like, for him, certainly his major contributions actually have nothing to do with any of the... Like, I think his most widely read books have very little to do with what his like really significant contributions to sort of human understanding are. Then again, I also haven't read a lot of Noam Chomsky. Like, it's not my thing. So, I'd probably find more interest in his linguistics material. Oh, that's really neat. You should start, assuming you haven't already, you should start streaming, particularly without a camera. It's a really good reason to keep talking. I really do not want to spend the money on the expansion. I should, however, buy my buildings. So storage facility for sure. And then we should have, well, yeah, we don't have enough. I'll start with a residential. Okay, we'll shut this one down, and do I have enough for the upgrade? Yes, but probably not the final upgrade. So one of the reasons why I went for the storage rather than the... Oh god, why is there... I know why there's minerals there, I'm just mad at myself for letting it happen. I'm sure this will all, like, work itself out, but... Okay. Once I've done my third factory floor, we'll turn on the tier 3 line again. Oh, Jesus, I did that wrong. That's all tier 3s I'm building that out of. Tier 3 pylon. Or relay. Yeah. Let's try that again. Even now, only content you can see yourself doing as a streamer will be some educational stuff. Honestly, I'm trying to think as to whether or not there is... Like, so on Twitch, I would definitely say that there's probably a demand for that. Like, to a certain extent, I feel like stuff like Khan Academy is done. And then I'm trying to remember, like, one of them is named Hank Green or whatever. I know they have a certain name. Like, my friend used to really like linking them. I didn't personally care a lot for those videos because I definitely felt there was a little too much trying to be pushed in aside from the educational content, at least on the stuff that they were sharing me. But I definitely think the educational stuff, at least on certain subjects, there's actually quite a bit of a demand for it, particularly in a live format. So I'm not going to say that it's a good thing that there's a bunch of demand for this, but like a really good example would be if you were to do a stream explaining cryptocurrencies, there's going to be a bunch of people who want to learn about that. You know, like it or not, right? It's just where we are. I think, and again, this other example is going to be a fantastic example of why I think anybody with money in stock markets should be scared, but I just don't know what to do with it otherwise. There is definitely a lot of people talking about trading foreign exchange on either YouTube or Twitch. Now, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think a good majority of these people are going to get absolutely soaked in the next downturn. And I think a lot of people are going to be scared off because that's always what happens, right? Whether it's .com or housing or tulips or, you know, take your pick. That's just kind of the way these things tend to go. But it is fair to say that there are a lot of people who are interested in trading. And I will admit, like, I will definitely say that a lot of the material that is being produced by, you know, amateurs, for lack of a better term, is definitely quite a bit more sophisticated than what used to be out there. Like, when I was working for a bank, I can remember that it was fairly rare to hear people talk about option. Like, so, like, there'd definitely be, like, places like Seeking Alpha. And there would definitely be websites that were having fairly sophisticated conversations about, you know, about this stuff. But it was not really mainstream. Whereas now you can kind of take your pick of, you know, person who's explaining covered calls and things like that. So for those of you who want to know what a covered call is, you know, it is helpful to define terms when you bring them in. Options are what's known as a derivative, which, you know, immediately, because of a lot of the conversations about how, this is sort of Titan adjacent. From the global financial crisis in 2008, I think a lot of people have learned that options are really terrible things, or derivatives are really, maybe not options, but derivatives are really terrible things. Basically, an option is a contract that gives you the right to buy or sell a certain asset at a given price in the future. And actually, some of you may remember one of my coworkers actually came in and said, like, what's the whole point of short selling? And I kind of tried to give an example, and I actually used a similar concept to try and give the justification to him. We are going to be attacked by the rebels soon, so let's hit the call to arms. So basically, this idea here is that there is, you know, in addition to the underlying asset, there is no energy. I mean, I'll turn off the shipyard if I have to, but I don't think that's going to fix it. Oh, Jesus. I did it again. Oh no, don't cancel. I'm glad I left some tier 3 isotopes aside. But yeah, we got to get that done really quick. But yeah, anyways, so the idea here is there, in addition to the underlying asset, there is also an asset that you can buy called an option, which is basically the right to buy or sell. I think it's like 100 shares of a stock, let's say. So for instance, if you have Disney, you can write a contract that says, by a certain date, I can buy 100 shares of Disney at this price. And then likewise, there's an equivalent to it for sell. I can sell it at this certain price here. And one of the things about it is because it's sort of trading a bunch of different, because you're trading a number of these shares, options are in a way a type of leverage that people use in these kinds of asset transactions, or in these kinds of deals, these trades. But a covered call is basically one that says, like, you own a stock, and essentially you're writing this call. So essentially you're saying to somebody is like, I'm going to sell you these 100 shares at this price in the future. And obviously if the share price goes up, you have to sell them that stock at what is potentially a price lower than what it's actually worth. And if the share price doesn't go to that value, then essentially you pocket the value of the contract and you get to keep your stock. You can lose money doing that, because obviously if you own the stock and the value of the stock goes down, the amount that you wrote that contract for might be less. But that's the covered call, is that instead of just writing the contract and then being affected by whatever happens in the markets, you possess the underlying security, so you are putting sort of a limit in terms of what you are exposed to. It was not important to Industries of Titan or anything.
I just for the council or their pathetic servants. Going down, founder.
Just wanted to make sure I explained the concept rather than just sort of referring to this thing and then moving on. I need to think a little bit about how I'm going to get some power. Let's start by turning off the factory. Yes. Wow. So I'm going to see if I can sort of divert the ship, and then we'll bring them into the... But anyways, the reason why I'm bringing all this up is just, like, on YouTube now, you can find people explaining this and more complicated things at a fairly decent level. So, now again, I always kind of question, so for the same reason that I don't think it's necessarily all that great that there's so much interest in crypto stuff. The reason why I say that is that I think ultimately what's driving this is the whole, like, there's easy money to be found in this thing. And I've never really felt like that's a good reason to learn anything. And so... that's kind of where I think that's a little unfortunate. And again, it's the same thing with the stock market. The stock market has had a really big rally, as traditionally happens when there's big rallies in these kinds of asset markets. You have a lot of people come in, which creates a bubble, and then the bubble bursts and a lot of people lose money. Essentially, a lot of this just comes down to the fact that people who probably shouldn't have been doing what they were doing did what they did, and it has created more misery than there needed to be in the world. But with that in mind, this is an example, whether or not the motives are quote unquote pure, or, however you want to put it, I do think that there's actually a fairly reasonable argument to be made that there is actually probably a very substantial demand for for educational content. And I mean, there's more benign forms too. Like, I think a lot of people want to learn coding. And I think people who can explain that well very likely have a place in broadcast. Okay. So I'm going to try and draw their attention again. The stock market scares you. You just make monthly payments to an investment fund. No idea if that's the correct translation, and let the investment people decide. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly respectable way of doing it. There's a branch of theory. I think John Bogle was probably a really big proponent of this, which says that active management is a little bit of a mug's game, and that just simply buying a broad-based index allows you to participate in sort of the overall economic prosperity of a nation or a sector, and it saves you the management fees. But the thing is that you've got companies like Renaissance Technologies that very clearly are earning sort of values well above what what sort of you would normally expect in that kind of world. So I do think there are people who are capable of sort of getting outsized returns. Whether or not I have access to those people is another really important question. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I don't think people should be too scared of the stock market. I think the stock market actually serves a very useful and important purpose. But the thing is that so many people have been affected negatively by this thing that people really don't understand. And to a certain extent has been sort of obscured. And so, I completely understand where that fear and where that concern comes from. What gives? Okay, good. So again, we're relying on the turrets here, and for you would likely have to be UX design and dev, not a lot of knowledge in the software industry about it. A lot of people that can make beautiful UIs, but they know nothing about workflow and how users use their products. Future of the stock market is in bots. They are already... Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the thing is that, like, the technological side is certainly the side I understand quite a bit better. So, like, I probably would struggle to explain to you how sort of the cigar chomping, alpha male from, I don't know, like American Psycho or Wall Street or... I'm just trying to think of like really famous example. I guess Trading Places has some traders in it. But yeah, like that sort of stuff, I just don't know how they did what they did. I can't really give you a good model of it. At the very least, if it comes to things like algorithmic trading, I sort of understand that there is some mathematical theory behind it. And I mean, I actually have a few books on, like Daryl Duffy's book on asset pricing is more of a, like it is more of an economics text, but I believe that you could use that as a reference work for that sort of stuff. I certainly have no facility in it. I'm sure if I were to even dip my toe in, I would, I'd lose my shirt immediately. But yeah, I mean, like this is the thing for me, right? Like I don't want to, again, I don't want to highlight that the interests in trading or the interests in cryptocurrency and things like that is necessarily a positive feature, but it is an example where, for me at least, that people do want to consume educational content. They do want to learn certain things, and that there are definitely people who are interested in learning things that are not just purely, you know, I think there's a dollar to be made here. Like, I would suspect that probably there are people who are interested in your UX work. But on the other hand, right, as somebody who runs what sounds like a very successful business, I would also say, you know, obviously every time that you, like every hour that you're doing something that's not what your business is about is probably an hour that you are not earning as much as you could doing the UX stuff. So obviously it would really, I would imagine that the whole idea of doing a stream on that topic would probably be just because you like talking with people, and it would be an opportunity for you to talk with people. I mean, maybe even potentially find new hires, I suppose, about something that you're obviously really passionate about. One thing that I do find kind of interesting is that every once in a while there was an old video that I did where I replicated a paper by Nathan Nunn. And I noticed people still stop by. All right, I gotta... So I think I'm gonna move the... Oh, great. No, we can hold them in place then. Maybe want to be a little careful with my crew, but I think we can hold the line. I do like the little bits of distortion over it. It's not in your face, but I definitely notice it and like it. It'd actually be kind of interesting if the, I wonder if the, I know you like the outside of the ship changes as you continue to beat it up, but I wonder if the feed gets a little more distorted the more damage you take, or possibly the more damage they take. Okay, this is a little bit of a worry because we don't have anybody on the guns and they're still shooting at me. We just need one of the two guns to hit them and hit them in the pilot. Or not the pilot, the crew member. Yeah, fair enough.
Luck was on your side today, but I will be back, and we will see if fortune favors you again.
We'll be ready for him when he comes back, won't we, Founder?
Is that a threat, Alexa? Yeah, I mean, it's... the trade-off is still one that I kind of feel for myself. So, like, I don't necessarily make any money from the external data stuff that I do. But it is something I really enjoy, and it's actually one of the ways that I kind of keep sharp on the stuff that I'm interested in. Maybe not necessarily the stuff that's related to what I do in my day job. But I do constantly think about what, you know, how much more of that I could do if I didn't stream. And again, like, I'm not going to stop streaming. Obviously, oh, come on! Who died? Oh, I see. But why didn't they repair it? Oh, I know why they didn't repair it. That's on me. Yep, nope. I did the wrong order. But yeah, I don't know. Like, the it's easy to talk about opportunity cost in terms of money, but obviously there's also so many hours in a day. So, we'd like to see better software on the market, and we're way too few trying to fix it. I mean, I know I get razzed a lot for liking and buying Apple stuff, but I like the interfaces. I really like not having to think about a whole lot of stuff. It's definitely what you're describing is in fact a major reason why I still use a lot of Apple stuff, because it's actually very pleasant to use them. I mean, the other thing too, like I will say, the number of like pros, like, people who work at Google, people who work at IBM, like for all of them that I know, they're usually working with Mac laptops. I don't know if they have like OS 10. I know at least one of them had like a version of Linux on it, but I don't know, like I've never quite got where the you don't know much about computers, so you use a Mac thing came from, but I've been pretty happy with them. Oh, for sure. I mean, like, I'd love to tell you that I run on. I mean, I used to have a Fedora virtual machine. It broke in a very bad way, so I don't have it anymore, and I'm really angry at it. Particularly the number of people said, "Oh, well, the problem wasn't Linux. It was." Well, you know what? I'm not interested in splitting those hairs, my friend, because I lost a lot of really important information, and it was specifically the way you recommended that get fixed that turned a temporary loss into a permanent one. But yeah, no, I'd love to pretend that like I live in on Fedora, day in and day out, and that I only use the command line for everything, including like creating the images for YouTube videos. But I don't. Like, all my streaming stuff I do on Windows, all my, all my general purpose computing is either done on iOS or Mac OS. And then sometimes the developing or the data stuff I will do on a Linux virtual machine, except for the fact that I did have that massive irretrievable data loss. And so I've actually largely moved to just doing it in Windows, especially because I was going to be doing some streams on that anyway. It's a lot more convenient to have that set up. So you mostly use Linux? Yeah. I mean, for me, I'm really happy with Mac OS because it's, if I want to open the terminal and work with it, like I have that option. So to me, it's kind of the superset of all the functionality that I would want. But this is also because I have admittedly a very old Mac laptop, but I still have a Mac laptop. So if I were to build a development environment from scratch, right? Like all my computers vanished from my house, or my apartment. Would I go for what I have? I mean, to a certain extent, like Apple has definitely captured me. Like I love the integration between all the different devices. So I'd probably still go for a Mac laptop, assuming that I had a laptop, because certainly the need for a laptop really isn't there, I don't think. But, it would be very hard for me to imagine that I could be a full Mac user for this simple streaming reason. And then the question would be, like, do I do enough development stuff to say that I need to have either a Linux partition or a virtual machine or whatever? Or is it enough... is it enough to work in Windows or Mac OS? It's almost 4 a.m., but your thesis has reached the point where it's ready for the final revision, so you're heading to bed. It might be a strange thing to say, but thanks for keeping you company while I write. No problem, Soggy Oily. I'm actually really glad that you were able to get more work done that way, because I definitely tend to get distracted by Twitch streams in that case. So, number one, good on you for getting through it all. I know you've got like your free courses to go through in that, but let's celebrate the accomplishment for what it is. Thank you so much for the subscription. Please do feel free to avail yourself of the emotes next time you stop by. But more importantly, please do get some rest. Please enjoy it. Look on your thesis with fresh eyes when you get a chance. And I really appreciate the fact that you chose me out of all of your other options to spend that time with. I don't think it's weird at all, because I've done exactly the same thing you've done with channels, and I know for me what that meant to me. So I really do appreciate the fact that you did the same in my own case. Okay, we're gonna turn this to a tier 3, although I don't really have the energy infrastructure to move this thing up. Still working on the mine, that's fine. We've got 2 workers being converted. I think we've finished off floor 3, correct? Yes. We're out of the work cycle, so we can buy 2 new goodies. So office and conversion center. That's really funny, Index Gnome. I really wish I was like that, but I just... I mean, it's actually not... in some cases, it's a nice feature to have, but definitely in my own case, I do tend to find that I will focus on the one thing, and if I have a stream on in the background, if I want to get something else done, it's probably not going to get done. And if I, and vice versa. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm very happy that most of you apparently don't experience that, because I wouldn't have an audience otherwise. Okay, so we've got the money problems more or less dealt with. I'm going to need to bring some more migrants in, but let's set up so that we're a little bit more secure for isotopes. I think I'm also going to put a waste... So this will be for isotope... Oh god, I did it wrong. So that needs isotope 2. So waste, isotopes, nothing for minerals yet. That'll change though. And then road taking us there. So the idea here is that the isotopes will sort of trickle to the storage facility. There is a bit of a problem as far as waste is concerned. I don't have a really good way of handling that. I suspect probably... Actually, that's one thing I can do now is free this up, because we'll probably put a command center either here or here. Ah, fair. I don't think I'm quite ready to upgrade these things. If I upgrade the smokestack, I will need additional employees. If I upgrade the transport hub, I mean, we already have a number of parked trucks here. I just don't think we have enough demand for these trucks to make it worth doing. And I'd love to build the residential and the... Ah, yes, actually that's an important consideration before I expand out to the mineral node. And again, the reason why I'm not that worried about the mineral node is that I've got 233 tier 1 minerals that can be upgraded in the factory. So, you know, I don't have anything to worry about there. But I do need to get myself ready for the bigger residential area. Oh, that's really interesting. So apparently this is a good place to live? I guess it's because I got rid of the zethane. Okay, well, that makes life a little easier for me. I am going to build some roads that will probably make life a bit harder, but... Nope, actually I know exactly what I want to do. So, 2, 2, 2... Oh my god, am I really making that out of... Oh no! Why am I so dumb? I was wondering why I had so many tier 3 minerals. So yeah, we're going to be waiting on this for a while. So the drawback is that there's going to be a ton of pollution, and it's going to be miserable. But that's a tomorrow me problem. Actually, we're making pretty good time on the minerals. Just need one more of those to connect them. So the idea here is going to be that I can build residential, office, residential, or some combination of them. Actually, the best thing would be office, residential, residential. It's normally nice to have the offices flanked, but they're going to spend more time in the residential areas than they are in the office areas. But yeah, so they'll be covered by the filter. I may want to think about a waste area. I might actually do... Well, no, I mean, they're reasonably close to that storage facility. We'll have to see how the workers handle it. Now, the normal worry would be the fact that the trucks generate so much pollution, but again, that's where the activated filter becomes helpful. And in fact, now that we've gotten rid of the zethane, if I get a fan, I can actually probably blow some of the pollution sort of down this way too. So yeah, pollution-wise, right now we're not affected by it. Again, I think that's going to change as the trucks go rolling by, but we'll see. Okay, so that's phase 1. Phase 2 involves waiting for a bunch of minerals. Is there anything else I can do in the meantime? Don't have the cash for anything else. Don't have the strength to go to the rebels quite yet. Oh yes, the one other thing I wanted to... Okay, so yeah, I do have an interesting question here, which is, do I want to get even more citizens in the area, or do I want to consider... nuts. I'll let it take all types of isotopes, but I'd prefer... No, you know what? This is only for refined goods. You can quickly become bog. Okay, no, that actually makes a lot of sense to me now. It's not something that I would say is maybe true for me personally, but I think I have a very good idea of what you're talking about. Okay. So I've got a surplus of 11. Okay, so there's a few things that I can do here. I have a surplus of 11 fuel right now. So in theory, I could make a floor for energy. I could actually fill this with mediums and still have 3 fuel left over. That wouldn't be a bad idea, but it would take tier 3 minerals, which I can't really afford right now. Okay, fair enough. This is waste only. Good. I am going to go to this factory, and again, this is going to look horrible, but I'm going to have to learn. Influence-wise, I think I'm going to just grab the artifacts that I can. So longer term, again, it's there's a bit of a wait here in terms of my minerals. But the bigger plan is going to be, actually we can even get some numbers on this. So 800 construction units, 1400. Wait, is that right? I need two residential complexes. I'm doubling them up. So 400 for one doubled up residential complex, which would mean 800 for the 2. Need to double up the office, which is 6. Okay, yes, no, it is 1400 in terms of tier 3. Now, obviously, I'm not going to wait for a big stack like that. I'm going to build them one at a time. But that's kind of what I'm waiting on. And it is fair to say, like, this is what I'm waiting on here, right? Like, I did just make it a whole lot harder for people to move in this whole area, so this is another one of these, this is a problem of my own making kinds of situations. But we'll be fine. If I... God, this is not the time for this kind of math. So what did I say? I said it was 1400 in terms of... Sorry, what did I say it was? Yeah, I think I said 1400. So it's 25 for a tier 3. So I guess 14 times 4 would be 16. Is that right? I just need 56 tier 3s? 56 times 25. Sorry, I'm actually gonna... I tried to do this in my head. I think I should just write it out. That number doesn't make any sense. All right. Where's a calculator? Did I say 56? Ah, nuts. I was right on the original guess, and then when I went to verify it, I was wrong. The lesson again being never doubt myself. Okay. I know I've been going for 4 hours, which is an hour longer than I normally do. Let's try and get another day of work in. It's not going to be the most exciting, because essentially we're going to be waiting for migrants. We're going to be Slowly generating the... Oh, actually, we are going to need a lot more power to pull this off. So, that actually throws a few of my plans into disarray. So I'll just get the power plant built. And you know, I again, this is one of these cases where I would love it to be something different. I'd love, you know, or there's a lot of different ways that I could do this. But the fact of the matter is, I just need to build an energy plant. I just need to make it bigger. I'm going to need to build a fuel turbine too. Actually, this is already going to knock me off. No, it won't, because I won't staff it. Yeah, it's probably better that I just get this infrastructure in place, because once I start building like big residential and office areas, that's going to have a pretty insatiable appetite as far as power is concerned. And I mean, it's still covered on under my defense turret, right? We've got pretty decent coverage. I was originally thinking of putting the fuel turbine here, but it did occur to me that there's a Zethane ruin here. So if this thing goes out too... Oh, but it's only one beside, so... Yeah, I don't know if I put the fuel turbine like this, or if I try and do like a... I think it's better for me to build it this way, to be honest. I will claim and activate it, though. So I'm just gonna wait on the work cycle. It does mean that I'm gonna lose a little cash, but there is going to be a point where I want to build a lot more workers, so best not to... I think I've run into more situations where I wind up delaying my plans because I didn't pay my workers on time than the incremental improvements that I got. So at least sort of mid-game, I'm going to avoid... messing with my payroll. So now that this is built, I'll claim... this fella. Again, we'll put the fuel turbine down. Once we put the fuel turbine down, we'll be able to turn this power plant on. Probably want to upgrade it as soon as I can. Actually, I'll probably want to upgrade the fuel turbine first, and then the power. Actually, I guess it won't matter either way because we're not going to be taking advantage of the resources. But we do have our money, so... First thing I'm going to do here is buy all of the remaining buildings, which in this case was just a science lab, so yay me. Okay, sorry, I'm just taking a second here to think about the next few steps. So, where do I want to put everything? Power plants are already down here. I'll be ready to double them up, actually. Fuel turbines down here. I think I was originally going to put a conversion center, excuse me, in this plot. I don't think that makes sense anymore. So I could put a science lab there. So the reason why a science lab works for this is it's going to be worked by workers. So this is kind of on the border of the undesirable territory. So I probably wouldn't want to put any residential or office in that area. I still have room for a conversion center to go here or here. And I don't exactly need access. Yeah, it's not like I need road access to convert people. So yeah, science here, conversion here. I mean, I could do it the other way around too, I suppose, but... all still covered by the turret, which is good. Okay. So yeah, again, it's a shame that I dropped the ball on this infrastructure, but we're in a good spot. So yeah, I guess the remaining question is, what do I want to spend the rest of my money on? I could use it on influence, but I'm doing okay on that as well. So let's just jump into the shipyard. No, it won't let me because I already have too many ships. Okay, well, I was going to take that cash and buy some new hulls with it, but I suppose that's something for me to do another time. Good lord, the science lab's expensive. Let's build that after we get the fuel and... let's wait on the fuel, fuel and energy. Didn't I have dedicated people for cleaning? Apparently not. True. Yeah, no, I definitely wanting to buy some ships. So, there may be a lingering question in terms of why I've not gone out to this mineral node. The main reason for this is that even if I don't generate another mineral, which... is actually possible now that I think of it. So all of these have got artifacts in them, right? So I want to hang on to those. Yeah, huh. Okay, so we've kind of taken our natural, sort of all the natural resources, but we've got 214 that are going to be, you know, you can take a ship from me. I know they used to be able to order some ships from Brace Yourself, but I don't know if they were all that popular. I don't think you can order them anymore, which is a shame if that's what happened to them, because I actually thought that was a really good idea. But yeah, so 213 of these are just naturally going to go through our factory system to be converted into tier 3s. There's actually a small argument for me to put, you know, a second production line down for the minerals, but the fact of the matter is that I just don't have the workers to sustain something like that. I've already really slowed them down with the garbage, but I really also want to eventually work this down. So the thing is that I just don't really... I don't think it's a priority for me to be getting access to minerals. What I need to really do is just process the minerals I already have, and I've just littered the ground with tier 2. So like on its own, that's what 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Within one factory, I've got 40 construction units worth of minerals, which again can be refined into tier 3 and become worth 5 times as much. We've got 8 tier 3 minerals lying down there. And then, you know, everything on the ground here from tier 1 to tier 2, like in this case, we really just don't know what to do at this point with all the stuff we picked up. Actually, there is one thing I'm going to do differently. So there's the move resources. So there are 3 isotopes. I'm a little curious where. It's possible that this could be... Actually, no, you know what? I should still have someone dedicated to that because of the storage facility. I was going to say I could probably free up a body, but that's more than likely going to bite me. Okay, anyways. Next up, we are going to put down our fuel turbine. Always keeping an eye on that threat meter, although there's not a whole lot we can do about it if they really want to throw their weight around. I also think what I'm going to do is start hunting for high-value artifact sources. This isn't a high-value one, but I'm going to start clearing out some of the expensive ones too. So one drawback is that even though we brought this command center up to its top tier, we're just on the border of the resource patches, which is a little bit of a shame because, of course, our resource harvester is one of our victory conditions. And then political powerhouse has unlocked. So artifact collector possess 100 artifacts. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, wow. That is really interesting. So economic and political powerhouse, I can get 2 stars for the same activity. If I collect 110 artifacts, I would get a star in economic expertise for the 100 artifacts and a star in political powerhouse. Destroying 3 rebel HQs, same idea here. So that would take care of 2. Maintain command territory over 1,300 tiles, own 140 buildings. I thought I had something for that. Oh, upgraded buildings. And then retain 850 citizens, which I believe 450 of which need to be employed. Okay. So the most overlap would be the Rebel HQs, the Rebel HQs, citizens, and artifacts. I think it's a little early though for me to think about like full on pursuing victory conditions though. Like at the moment, I'm really in a spot where the thing I need to do right now is grow. Like I need to get this fuel down. All right, I'll probably be, I guess it depends how long you go. I might be done Index No, but thanks lots for stopping by. I hope you're feeling a little bit better. I know stuff was tough today. But I really do appreciate you hanging out, particularly for an extended stream. So I hope you have a good one. Enjoy whatever food you wind up with, possibly Danish. And we'll see you in the next one. Oh, I'm not quite done yet, Olaf, but I'll probably be done soon. Well, actually, you might be finishing, so. Okay, cool. That's still emotionally hurt, but no. I don't want to dwell on it too much because I'm sure that's equally annoying. But I want you to know we care. Oh yeah. I mean, I'll be wrapping up soon, Olaf. But just wishing Index Noma a good night. Sorry, I don't take attendance. Like, I'm not gonna be the, what do you mean you're watching another stream while I'm on here? You're not loyal. But I have been on more than one occasion chewed out for being somewhere else, and I was like, well, I don't really owe you anything. Oh, a WoW raid. Sorry. No, it's funny. Like, I get it, right? Excuse me. Some people, like, so the thing, I've thought a little bit about that. Oh, if you ever visit Norway, I might let you wreck the next. If I get behind the wheel of a vehicle, I will almost certainly do that. But, but no, I'm glad you've got a sense of humor about it. Yeah, no, sorry, Olaf. I was I misunderstood the raid. You can tell it's been a while since I've played an MMO. Last one I played actually was a Secret World, which I rather liked. Actually, I found out Brett Ellison? The developer behind Fit for a King, I'm pretty sure he worked on it, and Tanya Short of Kit Fox. I'm pretty sure both of them worked at Funcom on the Secret World. but I have not played it in a very long time. Blame all this water and lack of coffee. I've been trying to... So, I've been getting really, really good at properly going to bed at the time I intend to, and like sleeping roughly around the time that I intend to, and I've sort of fallen back into old bad habits. But I did do that really annoying bit of advice that people say of like, you know, don't drink coffee like X hours before you go to bed. And like I was drinking coffee before like 2 hours before going to bed. And of course I'm going to be up like all night. So I have tried to limit my coffee to the mornings. Especially like it's a nice little cost thing too, right? Like if I'm not constantly making cups of coffee, you know, it lasts a bit longer. But it's a shame, right? Because like you get used to the habit, and I definitely miss coffee in the evening. But it's probably better that I don't, because like I've got 2 meetings back to back first thing in the morning. So if I could get a good night's sleep, that would be best. But yeah. Anyways, I was originally going to talk a little bit about the like yelling at people for not being present in your chat thing. And there was I thought a fairly good little thing that people had written about Twitter, which was like the different kind of worlds that people on Twitter live in. So there's some people where Twitter is like it's a proper micro blog where you like just share little things for yourself. And you know, you may put them out publicly, but it's not like you're making a statement in the public square. It's just a thing that you're putting up and like maybe for your friends or whatever. And then there are people who see it as, you know, this big public discussion and everybody's got a take. And then, I mean, there's people in the middle, but there can be these tremendous conflicts that come from the two worlds running into each other. Because, of course, you know, like someone's like, you know, I had a Chipotle today. I feel really good. Here's a photo of it. And then there's a bunch of people who are like, you know, these are broad statements like Chipotle sucks and they're a terrible corporation and your support, blah, blah, blah. Everything's awful. You know, to them, that's Twitter. Right? You are interacting and you're engaging with people. And if people didn't want to have that sort of an interaction, even if it's a potentially negative one, they wouldn't be posting it in public. But then you have this poor person who just wants to share their lunch with like the 2 people they think are potentially going to be interested in that sort of thing. And it's like, oh God, why does everybody hate me for eating a burrito? Obviously it's not as well. Okay. No, it really is as silly as that. It's just not about Chipotle. It's usually about something else that people have kind of elevated to this level of, you know, existential threat when it really isn't. And I kind of think the same thing exists on Twitch. And again, I realize that I'm monologuing on something that is only a product of me misinterpreting what Raid meant, but I've already opened Pandora's box, so let's see it through to the end. Also just gives me a chance to see my stuff get built. And I think to a certain extent, like there is definitely more than a few people who, you know, want to make a career of Twitch or, you know, take it very seriously. And, you know, they're an entertainer, they're putting on a show. You know, they're not going to be servile, but they get that there is an audience. They're going to appeal to that audience. I'd actually maybe argue that this is a little bit like the Brace Yourself approach to things. So if you go on the Brace Yourself website, you can see some episodes of Clark Tank, whether it's Ryan Clark's pre-recorded Clark Tanks or the old archives. And the thing is that I suspect everyone at Brace Yourself probably has like a dream game or a passion project or like a thing that they would really like to do or that they would really like to see in the world, but haven't necessarily made. And one of the things that I find really interesting about Brace Yourself's approach, at least as described in the Clark Tank videos, is that, like, Brian does go into some detail about what he thinks makes a good and commercial game. Because, of course, if you are running a game studio, you're responsible for the employment of people. You need to make a certain amount of money. You need to make sure that you can keep the lights on. Right? And it's not just that it's not just that you need to give people a job. Well, okay, quote unquote, need to give people a job. But, these people who you have employed, they, have these jobs and are kind of planning a future on the basis of remaining employed at your studio. The only way that job is going to be, around, and one that is actually something that a human being can perform for an extended period of time, is by the company remaining financially viable. And the way that you do that, of course, is by making games that people buy. And that is not necessarily the same as making the, quote-unquote dream project. Now, that is not to imply that Industries of Titan or Crypt of the Necrodancer or Phantom Brigade or Cadence of Hyrule, or I think that is everything. They might be working on stuff in the background that I don't know about, but that's not to suggest that these things are not the product of, a lot of love and dedication. But I have a feeling that there's a lot of things where it'd be like, this would be really cool to work on, and nobody would buy it. Even if that's not explicitly said about certain things. And to a certain extent, that's a streaming thing. So, like, a perfect example that I can do, I can talk to my own case. Who exactly wants to hear some, slightly too academic guy who tends to go on a lot of tangents and, sometimes doesn't have a lot of gameplay in his broadcasts? Clearly some. In fact, some people say that they really like the tangents, and that's one of the reasons why they keep watching. But I think it's also fair to say that if I announce to all of you, hey, I am quitting my day job, I'm not worrying about the debt because I'm going to make a living as a Twitch streamer and you're all going to help me, I'm pretty sure a number of you would say, have you really thought this thing through? Are you entirely sure you're going to be able to make a living doing this? And the answer is no. Like, I don't know, I kind of know what kind of an audience I can carry on Steam, but I also maybe behave a little bit differently on Steam than I do here. So the idea here is that there is, it's not that necessarily broadcasters, like I said, they're not servile. They're going to do their thing, but there is definitely a very conscious recognition of an audience and the fact that there are some things that are consistent with a broadcast that people want to watch, and there are other things that are not consistent with it. Full-time better have 24-hour streams in it. I probably could still do a 24-hour stream. I definitely have peaks and valleys. I think generally if I hit the 6-hour mark on a broadcast, I personally detach. And I mean, keeping in mind that I tend to have a pretty pessimistic view of my streams anyway, it just occurred to me that I'm not going to want to have this ship here if I'm going to be pulling fuel. And then this is sucking all the zethane out, so let's move you over there. But like I have a kind of a marked decline for myself at around that time. That's how I read it anyway. I hate to do this, but I just... Oh wait, no, I really was doing the upgrade. Fair enough. But yeah, no, but the thing is like to go the whole duration for 24, I actually don't find that as much of a problem as other broadcasters. I don't feel great by the end of it, but I could do... Oh, thank you, Index Gnome. Yeah, and this is just it. I will be the first to tell you that my stream is not for everyone. I'm astonished that the people who do watch have found me, right? Because it's not like Twitch goes out of its way to point you to niche stuff. It's one of the reasons why I hope when I express that kind of appreciation that that does not just come off as me like just saying it, or as one of those things you say. Like, I completely recognize that on any given day I could wake up and nobody is there. So it's definitely it's definitely appreciated. But where I was going with this was just kind of the two types. So like, why do some people get really upset about people either not showing up to a stream or watching another stream, or not interacting? There's a few different ways that this can manifest. And I think it's a similar phenomena to what people are talking about on Twitter, which is that for some people, it's not about becoming like a career broadcaster. For some people, it really is just the experience of like, you're on the couch and you're sharing an interesting game with some friends. And if that's the case, then someone not interacting or someone not being there is a little bit like your friend ignoring you, right? Like that would be really weird, right? If like, you got someone, I mean, this is so antiquated, right? Like I have not been over to someone's place to play video games in forever. Like, the friends I stayed with in Vancouver are not necessarily gamers, but they do actually have quite a few gaming. No, okay, they're closet gamers. They're like cool people, but they're totally closet gamers. But like, the thing is that like, we had the option, but we didn't really play. Although I do know like they're a couple, so I do know that they've actually played some stuff together. It's a husband and wife. The wife apparently really likes Diablo, which surprised me. I try to get them into A Way Out. But yeah, where I was going to go with this is that I suspect, though, that if for someone streaming is a little bit more of the experience of like, this is the modern digital equivalent of like, hey, I'm going to show you this cool. So, by the way, for a future stream, I know for some of you, you've already seen me do a start of this, but I'd actually really like to show you all a complete playthrough of Starflight, especially because I have not completed Starflight. I know how it ends. I've not actually played the game start to finish. And for those of you that don't know, Starflight is a major influence on Mass Effect, and it is an acknowledged influence, but it does not seem to be a widely recognized influence on it, which is one of the reasons I really want to share it. But yeah, so like, here's the thing, right? Like, if I had you over to my place or whatever, and I was like, I'm going to show you this awesome game, Starflight, and you're busy like looking at your phone the whole time, or like you go off into the other room and have a conversation with someone else, that's going to be kind of annoying, especially if that happens on a regular basis. It's like, well, what am I doing this for? Like, if you're not interested, I can just go and do something else. And I have a feeling that for some people, that's what streaming is for them. And in that case, as long as the audience and the streamer sort of understand each other, as long as they sort of know that that's the world that they're going into, there probably won't be a problem. But I also think the drawback is that Twitch is definitely very much sold as an entertainment platform. Like, it's a place where I go to watch something. So if I go into a stream, I do not expect that I am going to have to interact with the broadcaster. I don't, sometimes I'll feel like chatting, sometimes I won't feel like chatting. I don't really feel like I owe the streamer a chat because they're giving free entertainment. They're the one who hit start streaming, not I. I didn't ask them to go online, but I am going to share the time with them if I can. And like, I'm very much in the first category, right? Like, I love hanging out with everybody, and I know like I'm not trying to set this up as like a professional stream or something, clearly. But you know, I definitely see it as me projecting stuff out into the internet, and if 100 people show up or if one person shows up, I'm probably going to say the same thing. Well, not exactly the same, because clearly there's interaction. But you know, again, like that's the real drawback, is that there's no guarantee that that's necessarily how the person broadcasting is going to perceive it. But I mean, again, like, it's all speculation on my part, right? Like, the biggest thing is that I've been trying to figure out, like, every once in a while, if I hear about it, like, I remember in W. Shan's stream, he was talking about a lot of people who were, like, really, really kind of put off by mention of other streams in their chat. And, like, to, you know, as you know, I've said it a couple of times, like, I find that a really weird reaction. Because it's like pretending that there aren't other broadcasters on a website dedicated to streaming. Like, that's silly. But for me, at least, like, once I kind of put that framing, and said, okay, so what's really going on here is this is about, you know, this is kind of about the digital living room, and this, you know, the person doesn't see themselves as a Twitch broadcaster. They kind of see themselves as hanging out with friends, and that's probably why they're getting a lot more upset than what I would think is justifiable. Or, you know, maybe they're just really uptight. Maybe it doesn't really need that much of maybe it doesn't need that much of an explanation. But it sure got me through the infrastructure part of this game. You know what? We're at 9:30 on day 19. The rebel threat is at 75%. This rebel threat is going to be a hard one for me to deal with. I'm generating minerals at too slow of a pace, but there's not a lot I can really do about that. I already consigned myself to a garbage carpet. What are my employees up to? Yeah, so some of them are moving minerals, some of them are emptying mines. That's what I want them doing. I've got one person dedicated to clean up and supplying the smoke tower. I had 7 people working on processing.
Extraction complete.
I'm going to have to trust that that's what it needs. But that feels like a lot. It might actually be an idea for me to get the conversion center up first. Yeah, you know what? The conversion center would have made a lot more sense. Oh my goodness, I wasn't even thinking. So the other thing that I needed to do was get a... I needed to get a... crap. I need to get power to this thing. Well, no, this'll be fine. So what I can do is I can stick an energy pylon down here and then just upgrade it to level 3, and that'll cover this whole area. But yeah, instead of building the offices in residential areas, because cash isn't really the problem right now, workers are. I should have built the conversion center before I did anything. So conversion center is going to cost me, actually, shockingly little. All right, well, I guess you got me for a little more time. I was gonna say I was gonna build it sort of lengthwise, or like kind of flush with the shipyard, but I've already got the smokestack down here, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm building the conversion center first, simply because it's actually one thing that would have been nicer. So one thing that would have been a small argument for putting it here is that it does generate waste, and this would have hooked it into the road network. I'm committed to it now. But yeah, I want to do the conversion center first because it will give me more workers, and that means that more people will be cleaning up the garbage and moving the minerals around, and just generally I'll be absorbing more of the tasks that seem to be taking a very long time. Actually, while I'm doing this, and among just among whoever's interested in chatting, I definitely didn't mind. Okay, actually, so I'm sorry to talk about another game. It's Cyberpunk related, though. So I was pleasantly surprised at how many people seem to be into Cyberpunk when I streamed it on Friday. That was definitely intended to be a one-off thing, but is there enough interest among the people kind of hanging out for me to turn that into a more regular occurrence? I'm not saying that like Friday, I'm definitely going back to Darkest Dungeon. I really need to get back to that game. But if I were to have an open slot, is that something that I should be considering in the future? I do want to say, like, part of the intention behind doing that stream was to, just do the 1 year later, because I'm not I'm not necessarily a major fan of Cyberpunk, but I also think that it's completely unfair that the game is now a byword for failure, because it's definitely not byword for failure bad. And the one thing I didn't really... this is definitely something I thought about after the stream. I didn't really articulate where I thought some of the missed opportunities for the game were. So, for those of you that watched, there is a scene where a son kills his father, and then, Sean was in the stream, and we were kind of talking about the moment, and the individual, when he's referred to as the Emperor, it is because he is one of the most, if not the most powerful man in the world, in the world at that time. It actually turns out, so I went and read sort of the biography of the two characters. The rivalry between the father and son. So first of all, the character that dies has got a history that goes back to 1919. And it spans like World War II. Essentially, the founder of this, well, maybe not founder, but the man who took the megacorp and made it a megacorp, it was essentially an extension of his very nationalist view of the world, that effectively it was his instrument of revenge for the humiliation of World War II, that he essentially intended to economically enslave the United States through the Arasaka Corporation, and essentially pulled it off, right? Arasaka is an incredibly powerful organization. So obviously a character with an incredibly interesting and rich backstory. The son's forms of rebellion, like the game makes a really big deal about the fact that he founded a motorcycle gang. However, another form of the rebellion on the part of the son is that apparently he successfully got the assets of the Arasaka Corporation nationalized in Japan, and this is during the Fourth Corporate War, which ultimately led to Arasaka suffering a defeat in that war. So, the stakes and the history between those two characters is really, really deep, and in my opinion, really interesting. And unfortunately, none of that is apparent in that moment in the game. Like, I have to assume that if you're like a Cyberpunk fan and you see that moment, you're like, oh my god, what just happened? And that's certainly, Jackie, your companion's response to the event. But, to the rest of it was just like, okay, yeah, we got our Oedipus moment. Like, we kind of see what's going on here. And, it's not a particularly bad moment, but obviously knowing that background, like when I actually sat down and went through the wiki and looked at not just the whole background of the character, but specifically the relationship with the son and all the different turns that it took, I'm like, man, I really wish more of that came across, because, like, I don't know, like, that's the sort of stuff that I think makes for I definitely think that that's the sort of stuff that makes for really interesting RPGs, right? Like, it's the story, it's the characters, it's the world. Mostly interested in the conversation monologue than any specific game. Streams like an interactive podcast. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, like when I'm talking about, how you position a broadcast or like what your audience is or whatever, that's actually how I think of it. A poor approximation for a podcast. It occurred to me, I'm actually going to shut down the fuel turbine and the power plant because I really don't need them right now, and it's better to have the works. You know, it's funny you mentioned that index gnome. It's actually a little more difficult than that because there are some games where I don't interact nearly as well. So like if I played Dota 2, which I have done on stream before, way back when though, so I don't think there's any surviving copies of those broadcasts, thankfully. Those games tend to require a level of concentration that I can't sustain a good chat interaction with. Probably CS might be a similar example. League of LOL? Are you talking about the Dota tutorial? Yeah, it would have been so much better for me to get into League of Legends because so many people I know play League of Legends. But the thing is that the first MOBA I played was Dota 2. And it's because a friend of mine was really into it and said, you might like this. And he was right, I did. It's like I've got thousands of hours in that. Or, no, I think it's less than 2,000, more than 1,000. Hots of the Storm. I didn't mind it. But I mean, revealed preferences, right? Like I definitely don't have a lot of time in it. I mean, I don't have the Blizzard launcher on my computer, so I'm probably not going to put any more time into it. Again, I'm just kind of using whatever influence I have to clear out the surrounding area. But yeah, I don't know, like I tend to feel that people will stick with the first one that they played. Actually, I really like playing Diablo in Heroes of the Storm. Oh, looks like I do need the power. But yeah, like the drawback is that friend kind of got out of, like, just wasn't that interested in playing anymore. So I was sort of stuck solo on this more complicated but not necessarily better for being more complicated. And again, don't get me wrong, I actually have a tremendous respect for Dota. I don't really play. I've actually started playing a little bit more again, but like I'll do respect to that game for sure. But there is definitely some stuff that I think is a function of the fact that this came out of a mod. Actually, Storin Johnson's got a really good talk about this. I think he talks about the idea of denying creeps and how it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, could you name another video game where you kill like the people on your own team as a good thing, right? Like, I mean, there's friendly fire in Counter-Strike, but people get mad at you if you shoot them. But in Dota, like, the whole idea of killing your own units is, from your buildings to, the creeps to even your own players in certain circumstances. It's rarer, but you can do it. But like all of that, I'm pretty sure you can. I know you can self-deny, but I'm pretty sure you can also do. I'm pretty sure you can wind up killing your own teammate in very limited circumstances. But like in a way that gives you the denial. I'll have to double check that, I suppose. But yeah, like the thing is that all comes from where it was as a mod. And the thing about League of Legends and why I think it's such a dominant game, which again, it's like Dota's no shrinking violet, but I think it's fair to say, I don't know if this is like written down anywhere, but I would not be surprised to learn that League of Legends has got a larger player base than Dota. it really does feel like League of Legends took the MOBA formula and actually sat down and sort of thought about what was necessary for it and proceeded accordingly. Whereas Dota, it kind of feels like the priority definitely at the start was to provide something that fans of the existing mod would be willing to cross over into. And I think now it's at the point where I can't remember what hero they added. I think Earth Spirit was in the mod. But then I think there was like the first new... Actually, I think Oracle was in as well. Anyways, I know there was like a new hero that was added, and it was specifically like a hero that was not in the mod. And I think that marked the point where like the compatibility wasn't really there anymore. Because I'm almost certain that the Warcraft 3 mod was maintained for an absolutely ridiculous amount of time. It probably is still maintained. It just probably doesn't have all the stuff that was in number 2. But anyways, it was definitely one of those things where again, it just feels like one of the reasons why and again, like, it's basically neither game made a mistake. I think Dota players are very happy with Dota, and I think League players are very happy with League. And then there's a whole group of players who are more satisfied not playing MOBAs at all. Okay, so we're cranking out the employees now. But I suspect that League is probably a more popular game because it actually reflects people sitting down and thinking about that genre and what it should be like. Like, if you were to sit down and make this thing and not have it be like this mod we worked on, but have it be its own standalone game, I suspect a lot of the choices that go into League reflect that. Whereas Dota, I think, is very tied to what the mod used to be. And while it is developed, it has definitely grown, I do think that there are a number of things that will always be part of that game, because if it is not, like, there is a very large group of people, arguably maybe even a core group of people, who would not consider it the same game, and potentially would stop playing for the removal of those things. I'm even just thinking like about the fact that I think they added guiding lights, so like you could put a ward down in certain camps to stop things from spawning. And I think there was like a big uproar over the fact that they added a helper in the game to help you like identify those boundaries and like whether or not your ward was in that area. And I think there was like it's gaming, right? So there's always going to be an outrage over those things, but I seem to remember there was some fairly intense criticism over that decision because it was, quote unquote, making it too easy or whatever. So yeah, I'll be honest with you, Index. No, like I said, revealed preferences are a thing, and I put a lot of stock in them. I don't play, having played a lot in Dota, I am not currently playing it a lot, and I 100%, one major factor in that decision is that like I went back in and like there have been changes even to characters that I'm really familiar with, and there's a ton of new items in the game, and it's a learning cliff. And the first thing I think is like, is any of this even worth learning again? Like, am I really going to feel fulfilled by engaging with this thing again? And I honestly don't have an answer for that. So, I'm interested in it. Okay, I gotta wrap it up here because there's the rebel threat. I mean, it's one of the more interesting things to happen in the real-time strategy genre. Actually, the designer on this, Andy Wynn, made a game called Tooth and Tail, which was an interesting take on the RTS as well. And I'm actually rather disappointed that Dawn of War 3 wasn't more popular, because I thought they took some ideas from MOBAs that... basically, like, the Dawn of War series has always seemed to push what it means to be an RTS. It's like Dawn of War 1, in a time when most sci-fi... RTS games will have two resources that you extract, and you have to fight over like the ability to mine it, and part of your job is to like kill the economy. Well, I mean, like, Dawn of War has capture points and command points. I think Company of Heroes predated it, but I mean, they're both Relic, right? But like, that's really interesting. And I mean, it's also that's a really good way of doing it, right? Because you are given more requisition for completing objectives. Dawn of War 2, on the other hand, is a little bit more sort of like it's almost like at the fire team level, right? Like, it almost, to a certain extent, has kind of almost these ARPG-ish elements for some of the heroes. But like, definitely that was a very different game from the original Dawn of War. I still thought it was a very interesting game. And likewise, Dawn of War 3, again, a little bit closer to the real-time strategy. There was like buildings and whatnot. There was still requisition points and all of that. You didn't mine any resources. But at least in the multiplayer matches, you definitely sort of have this idea of taking down the base and like trying to get to in Dota, what would be the ancient. And I thought it was actually a really interesting blend of those two things. So it sort of recognized that there are interesting things happening in the RTS genre. Some of those things are MOBA. And everybody yells at me when I said it's like, MOBAs aren't RTSs. I'm like, yeah, they kind of are. Like, it's now something that has become its own genre. But like, for the longest time, like, there's lots of stuff that, like, I think maybe if there's such a thing as like subsets of genres, because like, obviously Rainbow Six is a first-person shooter, and Call of Duty is a first-person shooter, and Halo's a first-person shooter, but there's very little in common between the types of shooters that these are. I think it's kind of fair to look at MOBAs that way. The thing is, like, MOBAs are super popular, and RTSs really aren't. So I think that's maybe why people get up in arms about that. But again, like, I see Dawn of War 3 as just being Relic acknowledging that there was interesting stuff that was happening in the RTS genre. I think they took an interesting chance, and unfortunately the audience didn't pick it up. But hopefully Age of Empires 4 did well, because I'd really like them to keep making games. Another Vancouver studio, as is Brace Yourself Games. But as you can see, especially because I've been in the menu and I'm basically monologuing on other games, it is time to go. It's been almost 5 hours, actually, so I love the fact that this game makes it seem like I haven't been putting that much time into streaming it. But I definitely need to I need to wrap up. I do, like I said, have my meetings tomorrow, so I actually probably need to head straight to bed. We do not have... Yeah, especially given the fact that I thought I was going to be doing a 2-hour game. It's nice to go. Okay, so I have a real dilemma in front of me. Ken, you haven't even loaded into the game yet. Well, I would do it. I would stream more, but Ariella hasn't really come up soon enough. So, okay, tell you what. I know I've been hosting Night Valiant a whole lot. I really would like to host IntelliGame, but I also think he might... Like, I'm going later for my time, so it's possible he might be wrapping up reasonably soon as well. So there's Intelligame. If you haven't checked him out, he has actually done the switch to full-time broadcasting. So he's definitely somebody I'd like you to support if you can or if you're interested. But I'm going to host Night Valiant tonight. Number one, he is growing his channel, and he was hanging out tonight, and he's doing Blasphemous, which is a game I've not yet played. Oh, thank you very much, Index Gnome. I hope you have a good night. I actually insist that this game's last boss should be a door that is too small to accommodate his hat, but the developers have so far not listened to me on that. I also have something of a soft spot for hosting channels with the smallest number of concurrent viewers that are among my options, and Josh is doing quite well with Witchwood, and Night Valiant's probably just got started, so I am going to send it on to him. I'm going to be back with Darkest Dungeon on Friday. I believe next week should be Phantom Brigade. If not, I will definitely continue on with this Industries of Titan run. And because this run is about the victory conditions, I'm going to see if I can find some ways of cramming in some extra Titan streams before the new update comes in. Given the fact that the holidays are coming up and I have no family in town, I will probably be doing some things for the holidays, but please spend some time with your own families if you are not in my circumstances. But I only got a few seconds left. Please have a good time at Night Valiants. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.